Good evening, folks, and happy Tuesday. It is obviously TCH Live Tuesday here in Dallas, Texas. I'm Eric Van Loozen, joined always by my buddy Aaron McAvoy, who is down there in Austin, Texas. We've got another awesome 5, 10, 25 no-limit game here in Dallas, and cards are about to get in the air. We got Glenn Dealin. Mr. McAvoy down there in Austin. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Good to be here. Happy to be on another 5, 10 and a quarter show with you here this evening. Looking forward to a lot of chips moving around this table. Is that Mr. Delivery?
We've got Mr. Delivery. Steven is playing tonight. We also have the return of Z-Fish. He's come back from some family vacation stuff in France, and Benham is back. So we've got really fun lineup tonight. I think you guys will recognize most of the players on our stream. Should be a good and fun action stream tonight, and we're about to get the cards in the air, so we will get to it. They're going to start us off with looks like a $100 PLO flip. But shout out to all our friends that are out there in Las Vegas getting their grind on. I saw a lot of folks made day 3 of the main event, and some folks are already coming back from some other runs out there in Vegas. So safe traveling, everybody, and good luck to everybody who's still out there playing in that massive, massive field.
Yeah, absolutely. $10 million for first. Plenty of Texas players still in the hunt. And obviously the goal is just to make it through day 3 today, come back and burst the money bubble early tomorrow, as is usually the case. So yeah, best of luck to everyone who's still out there. I was out there and did play in the main event, but I didn't last past an hour after dinner break. So it was rough sledding for me, as I know some other folks, Poker Mama ran into it, some other folks ran into it. Mr. Delivery here, I ran into out there on day 1, and looks like he is already so and back into Texas as well. So I'm not the only one.
I do see spades out there.
Maybe not. Look at that. I have 7 deuce off. I have three clubs on the board, four spades.
Wow.
Spooky's got some big old spades.
Ace-high flush.
Ace-high flush is going to win, so good start for our man, Mr. Spooky, over there. You see our stranger over there in the 8 seat. Mr. Benham is back. I mentioned that. Bobby is back in the 9 seat. And then we got Speedy Seth over there. I believe he is in the 2 seat tonight. And I think Z-Fish will be joining us here in just a little bit. So familiar faces. Should have a fun night. Hope you guys have a lot of fun watching and engaging in the chat with us. We're going to be here for 5 hours as usual.
Absolutely. Sassy already joining us. Welcome in. And the flooding hasn't really affected me. Some of the trails around here, I went for a walk with my girlfriend earlier, and some of the trails definitely had taken some damage from all of the rain that we have been getting. And, you know, Austin tends to deal with this stuff a little bit better just because of some of the elevation gain. Everything kind of drains off into the creeks and the rivers. But, yeah, it's, man, it is a pretty wild thing that has been happening to some of our brethren here in Texas, that is for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, straight into the game we go. 2-card variety. Bobby here flopping top pair and a gutty. Going to pick up diamonds on the turn. Benham picks up a gut shot as well, and after check calling the flop, Bobby will check call once again on the turn. And with just queen high on the river, Benham here, no choice but to bluff once again. 3 streets.
Wow. The first hand. Bobby's picking them off.
Yeah, he's like, what are you doing, man? You don't got a 6.
That was 3 streets, wasn't it? Benham barrel?
Yeah, and I mean, Benham, he's repping a 6, right? Like, it's the only thing that you can continue to bet there. Any pair, even a set is just gonna check back there on the button. But yeah, pretty easy check call down for Bobby there with flop top pair.
Yeah.
Turn flush draw. Yeah, it's just, you can't fold when your opponent has a 6 and only a 6.
I liked it. Bobby stayed with his gut the whole way. Didn't think the cards were changing Benham's hand, and just wasted no time and took down the first pot. So nice hand there for Bobby.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and a reasonable attempt from Venom, of course. It's like you just don't have very many unpaired hands on this run out. And yeah, if you're checking all of your paired hands and only betting with a 6 or your worst garbage, you may as well bet with your worst garbage, queen high. Heads up to a flop here between Mr. Delivery and Spooky. The pair of fives still ahead, but a statistical coin flip here to end the night bet is good enough for Steven to let it go.
Yeah, I got to speak to Mr. Delivery a little bit up there at the bar. He was getting his grub on before they started tonight, and just wishing him some luck. He's been a staple on our streams for so long, and had kind of a hiatus, and we were excited to have him back a couple of months ago. And man, it was just like the only time I've ever seen him just get kind of a little bit owned, but really just the run bad for him for the night. And definitely was wishing him some luck tonight, as he's definitely been one of those guys over the years that's put on just some clinics, and been really fun to watch. The way he plays, and kind of how he thinks through situations in hand. So hoping he has a good night, and we get to see your classic Mr. Delivery here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. A very sharp player. Definitely brings the heat whenever he is, getting after it in a hand.
Yeah.
Shy about putting chips in the pot.
Well, look, I lied. I said Z-Fish was probably on his way. He's got a new hat on, so he fooled me. He's sitting right over there in the 3 seat.
Yeah, it's our 5 seat that's still vacant as of right now, so presumably someone on the way for that, though.
Yeah, he's still
Spooky out flopping Z-Fish. Another bet and take it here on the flop. And Spooky off to a hot start here, starting off with 3K, I think, and already up to 4470. So winning a couple of our first hand plus the flip. Off to a nice start.
Yeah, I know, like you said, a few of these guys you ran into Steven, Mr. Delivery out there in Vegas, but I also know that Scott in our 1 seat and John and a few others have been making some trips out there and playing on some other streams. I saw a couple episodes and just a couple of hands, really. One really big highlight hand with John and Doc Hollywood actually were involved in a hand. It was just super gross. They, were probably trying to take not each other's money because they're buddies, but I think it was Doc Hollywood that flopped a straight flush on John when he had pocket jacks. He had an overpair. It was just a gross hand and took John all the way down to the felt. But cool to see some of these guys that play on our stream playing on some of these big streams. But we'll get back to that, as there's a big old flop here for Spooky versus Bobby.
Yeah, Spooky can do no wrong here out the gate. Bobby here, of course, never loving to see that ace with the ace magnets, the kings. Does still have a couple of live outs, but that is not one of them. And that is actually going to be really bad for him, as it's going to be top vote. Spooky checked it over, though. I think Bobby would have paid a pretty sizable bet there. The king of spades blocker and like 2 aces on the board. Like, what do you have? Not an ace. Okay, you do, but didn't have to pay any more to see it.
And Bobby immediately threw down those kings and looked at him and said, "I'm not betting your hand, man." In typical Bobby fashion. But Spooky is still on a roll. Missed maybe a little bit of value there, but he is still on a heater. Through 6 hands, up $1,600. I know I'd feel good up 1,600 through just 6 hands.
Oh, you're damn right. Yeah, and Spooky had an opportunity there to be the only winner through 6 hands, as Bobby still has a little bit of profit from his early bluff catch. Certainly would have paid off a river bet, one would presume, if it weren't too large. All right, 3 ways we go to this flop. Jack 10-5-2 tone. Top 2 for Z-Fish. A whole lot of not much there for these other players, although Seth does have the ace of hearts, which could become relevant down the line. Seth, the original raiser, does continue with that ace of hearts. Z-Fish pumps it up, and there will be no thoughts of calling out of position, finding a heart, and running a bluff for Seth.
Scott's definitely looking for a little bit of run good tonight. I know he played a little bit on the Venetian with 3 coin in one of those recent episodes. He's rocking the glasses tonight. We usually don't see Scott in the sunglasses, but he's rocking the glasses.
It's good to mix it up, you know?
Absolutely.
Sometimes, especially if you do, kind of play with the same guys a lot and whatnot, every once in a while you may either get told straight up or have an inkling that someone's got a read on you, and I don't know, if it's something in your eyes, may as well cover them up. Not saying that's the case here for sure, but you never know.
It's funny, sometimes I will wear glasses in tournaments, but that's just because a lot of times in tournaments I'm playing with complete strangers, and I'm not anti-eye contact, but I try to avoid letting strangers gaze into my eyes. But I do get comments from some of my buddies and friends like, "Oh yeah, you're wearing the glasses, tough guy." Okay, like, mess with you a little bit.
Battle of the Ace Queens. Bobby wins with his. See, Ace Queen of Hearts hit the muck.
It is funny though, Aaron, when you're at a table and you look around and like you're like the only guy, not like either like completely like covered with a hoodie or you're not wearing glasses and headphones, and you're like, man, I guess do I join the party and like kind of hide a little bit, or do I just stay the normal kid, all out in the open?
Yeah, I think the percentage of players that have enough experience and natural ability to read other folks, like physical tells and stuff, is very, very low, right? Not many people are able to play above the rim, just kind of stare you down and figure out if you're weak or not. Now, there's plenty of stuff that I have picked up over the years that will kind of jump out at you, right? Someone who's just kind of like calls out of the big blind, seems like they're just not particularly interested in a hand, multi-way or whatever. And then, the flop comes out and they kind of perk up a little bit, and now they're not looking like they're disinterested anymore. And it's like kind of a dusty looking board. You're like, wait a minute, you might have just connected with this. So there are some things that you can pick up on for sure. But.
Absolutely. Sassy letting us know in the chat that she's not afraid to rock some glasses, although I don't think I've seen her play with them very often. Now, who is Scott rocking tonight? He's got the Antonio Brown jersey on, but I'm trying to figure out, is that a Pikachu thing? What is that big-ass purple heart protector he's got over there? It's a monster.
Well, it would be yellow, and that doesn't really...
Well, I meant Pikachu-related, because I don't even know what to call that whole...
Oh, Pokemon?
Oh, is it Pokemon? Okay, see? Schooled me there.
Well, that would be the greater, genre of Pokemon.
Right. I don't have kids, and I haven't gotten into that, so I don't know anything about it. Forgive me, folks.
Oh, Sassy says Brian can do it. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, it feels really good when you're able to use a live tell to make a decision that you might otherwise not. It does feel really empowering, and when you do it, you're like, wait a minute, is everyone giving away this information?
Yep.
The truth is, no, they really aren't. By and large, most folks are able to keep that under wraps, but every once in a while, you'll see somebody's pulse a pounding, or, like I said, kind of become a lot more interested in a hand. My favorite is if they're eating, and then all of a sudden they just put their food down and are fully engaged in the hand. That's a pretty big tell.
Pretty good one. Well, here in this spot, Benham was betting with a 6 high on this flop and gets rewarded with some extra equity. He is now open-ended. His opponent happens to not have much either. So Benham is going to get a nice bluff through here. $900. And he's going to show the hand.
Owen, yeah.
Yeah.
WSOP is always
Semi-bluff. Bobby's like, that's just, well, it's still a 6 high.
that he'll try and for, like,
6 high like a boss for Benham.
Yeah.
Z-Fish will probably log that in his head for later on tonight.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I've said this so many times before, it's okay to get bluffed. And
course.
especially in a spot where you have the ace high gut shot and your opponent is repping like a strong top pair or something. I mean, your chances of improving are very slim. So fine to just fold. It's always fine to fold.
Uh-oh. Could have our first juicy hand brewing here. We got Z-Fish opening up with the tanks. And John waking up with ace-king, just flatting though, just calling and inviting another player in. Our hot seat over there, Spooky.
Yeah, a little bit of a strange decision to just flat the ace-king. I mean, I think it's totally fine to mix this in every once in a while as, you know, if you exclusively 3-bet any hand, then it takes it out of your range when you call. But at the same time, the reason that you have so many 3-bets with ace-king and aces and kings and queens and whatnot is so that you can build a bluffing range around that. It's so that you can 3-bet with hands like ace-5 or king-7 or, right, you name it. It's usually not recommended to go the other way where you try to strengthen your calling range with these sorts of hands. You want to be able to have a nice wide 3-betting range. So I generally think the ace-king should always be 3-bet regardless of some of that other stuff. Regardless, we end up here on the river. Spooky's ace high well behind as he did not improve with either the ace of hearts or the 6. Z-Fish will take down a nice little pot.
Absolutely. Well, Mr. Doc Hollywood has joined us, and I bet your ears were burning. I was actually just telling the folks about some of the fun poker I'd watched on some other streams, the Venetian and whatnot, and I mentioned the crazy cooler that you and John played against each other literally this afternoon. Showed up on my YouTube feed, and it was Mr. Doc Hollywood with a straight flush, putting a little spank on Mr. John. You told him, I don't know why, but we always end up in situations like this, and I get you. And boy, did you get him there with the straight flush.
Nice. Feels good to make a straight flush and get paid. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a flopped straight flush with 9-8, and John had jacks with a jack of clubs. So I mean, had a club draw himself, but was just completely dead, and just putting money into a pot. And it was a big old bet on the river and all in. And Doc's like, "Yep, I have the nut, the nuttiest of nuts." But that was a fun highlight.
Yeah, I bet. Top and bottom here for Spooky, a whole lot of nothing here for the other two players in the hand, so this will be over before it starts. But Spooky here can do no wrong. He is making hands left and right, and
I'm telling you,
a tidy little $1,000 or so.
Well, we've seen a lot of flopped 2 pairs already, so it's been the haves and the have-nots. Unfortunately, most of the folks have not had anything when those other players have. Bobby avoided some disaster with those kings. Spooky had the ace-9 that ended up with a boat. But yeah, a lot of big flops already for some of these hands. Doc saying it's even better when you flop it against your good buddy. You got a story for the rest of your friends' live.
Yeah, remember that time?
Remember that time I flopped it and I just owned your soul all the way down to the river? You can give him the Teddy KGB and tell him that next time he beats you, you're paying him with his money.
That's right. So raised to 150 here. Benham makes the call. Scott with a premium button raising, squeezing candidate, but he is just going to call. Also, totally reasonable. As the blinds get out of the way, we'll go 3 ways to a flop. King, 9, deuce. The 5s are still bet.
No.
And then try to say, oh yeah, I had 15. I had pocket jacks.
Checks through free turn card of 5. Venom's hand gets even better.
These things misread all the time.
Yeah, they could be off.
Scott with very little reason to continue here. Yes, he does have a gut shot, but 2 of those are going to complete a flush. So the 3 of spades or the 3 of hearts rolls off, and you made your hand, but did you really? So good fold there, and the queen deuce is a bit of a decent-ish bluff catcher here. Venom has shown a couple of bluffs already, and there are a couple of missed draws in the flush department, as well as plenty of missed straight draws. Spooky having the queen of diamonds, not necessarily the best thing ever, but he does get away from it.
You could tell he was interested. He said, I think my deuce may be good here, but I'm just not going to pay you. He told him good bluff, and Benham's like, no, no, no. I promise you. You'll see it later, buddy.
Yeah,
Had the goods.
Not that time.
But the feeling of the main is special.
Oh, absolutely.
It really is.
Absolutely.
It's so intense.
At least he used to feel that way. Now I have so many negative memories associated with it.
You'll get over it.
Maybe
I
my
know
ex
somebody
memories are done.
that also might feel that way.
First time I, sat in there, I was like, the nervous energy, and then just, get it in, drawing dead on day 2. Oh, that's cool. And the next time, that went a little better, but it was like, it was a grind, I was tired.
How many times have you played in the main now, Aaron?
I think this year was year number 6.
Okay.
It's easy to love tournaments until the love of tournaments is just savagely beaten out.
Well, I know we didn't get the results that we wanted, but keep firing, baby. One day that 10 milli could be yours.
It takes both those things.
It always could be. Any tournament you enter could be the one that you win. But yeah, that's a tricky one to win. It's going to take you a hell of a long time to do it.
It's a big trade-off too, because
And
obviously the main event is one of the, if not the just longest.
yeah, I'm curious to hear the story here from Steven as we have overpair versus top 2.
Of course, top 2 again.
But for the ones that don't require as much stamina, poker tournaments that are maybe a daily tournament or a 2-day tournament, it's you're not, it's not as much of a grind, but it's also just you're so much more at the mercy of what happens in the span of 400 hands. If that.
I'd rather do that though, because you figure over an 8-9 day period, you're going to tell me you're not going to run into a few coolers?
I think this is definitely one of those spots where Spooky's probably kind of identified that he could be against a hand just like he is against, and electing to raise now and build this pot while he's got such a strong holding here against a potential overpair. Seth is in trouble.
Yeah, and people really do. I mean, all the tournaments I play, people play the main very, very differently. They're just incredibly reluctant to play big pots or put money in with middling hands.
Because you can't win it on day 1 or day 2, but you can lose it on day.
That's right.
It's because there's no rebuys, no re-entry.
No, that's the thing.
It's
the event of the year. It's a big bind. It's freeze out. It's no entry, so everyone's very reluctant about
1,200 from Spooky.
It's a good reflex to have as a tournament player, but it also.
Yeah, a little bit large. I think I would have liked to see half pot here, just bang on 1,000 and leave effectively half pot on the river. I mean, this isn't that much different, but Seth knows that if he calls now, SPR is under 1/2, so neither player is going to have even a half pot remaining. So it's kind of I don't know, you're just in a really awkward spot here.
Yeah, and I know we were both kind of listening to Steven's story over there. Remind me, it was check raised on the flop, correct?
No, Seth, excuse me, you are correct. Yeah, check raise and basically clicked as well.
Yeah.
The bet of 300 up to 750, so 2.5x check raise. Very reasonable size given how shallow the stacks were.
Look at that fold.
Seth gets away from it. That is a very big fold. And, I mean, you have to say to yourself, sort of best case scenario is your opponent has something like Queen 10 of Hearts or whatever, right? They are repping a either very strong made hand or their draws are going to be pretty strong. Now, who knows? Maybe Spooky is capable of just getting after it with the King Queen on occasion or something, but let's go the kings and saves himself his remaining stack. So
Absolutely.
big fold there.
Well, I'll continue off of what I heard Steven talking about and kind of let you chime in of what your experience has been in the main event compared to some of the other tournaments and games that you've played in. He was mentioning that players a lot of times in the main event, specifically big tournament like that, so much money, are reluctant, to get a lot of chips in with non-nutted hands. And some of the streams that I've watched over the last few days on PokerGo of the main event, you've seen some really, really tight, sometimes borderline on nitty folds, but some even pre-flop, just outright folding pocket tens to an open. Some situations like that you just don't see in smaller tournament fields. So curious if your thoughts on players in a tournament like that.
Well, here's what I'll say is your day one is so table dependent, like table draw dependent, as to how it's going to progress. Because let's remember, right, that there's like 10,000 players entering into this tournament over the course of 4 day ones, and players that can still enter if they haven't already on day 2. So there's a ton of players in, and a lot of them are recreational players, where this is either like the one big tournament a year that they play, or maybe they play some smaller stakes stuff just sort of for fun. And then it's like, yeah, but then I go play the main each year, and like that's my big hurrah. They are definitely going to play very snug, very straightforward. They're not trying to get all their money in and go home right away. So you love to have those players at your table. You can win a lot of small pots. One sort of trick, if you want to call it that, or just like strategy, is just like bet small on the flop, bet small on the turn, and then just bomb it on the river, right? And like if they haven't raised you by now because they have a hand that's strong enough to raise you, they probably don't have a hand that they're going to feel confident enough to call a big bet with. I mean, you can just like 1.5x overbet the river a lot of times, and they'll just fold top pair. And a lot of times they'll fold it face up because they're like, nah, you have to have something. It's the main event. Like, I wouldn't do that if I were you unless I had the super nuts. So they'll just like show you as they fold top pair. The number of times that I've seen that over the years is certainly, very much non-zero. So there are some very good situations that can arise for you if you have that great day one table draw. The same goes for day 2, obviously. Still a lot of the same folks are going to be in the tournament. It doesn't really get whittled down until sort of day 3, day 4, where it's mostly the good players remaining. But yeah, it can be really tricky though too. Like my day 1 this year, 7 out of the 9 players that I played against over the course of the day knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
To some degree. Like whether or not they were like, above the rim, spiking it every time, but they definitely knew what they were doing, and it made it a very challenging table. I mean, we're getting 3 bets and 4 bets very regularly.
Yeah.
And a lot of people's experience when they play the main event is that there's very few 3 bets.
The complete opposite from what you experienced. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, just on what I got to see here in the early stages, the day ones. I saw a lot of the type of play I was talking about. I didn't get to see a lot of tables that had kind of those table draws like you, or guys are very experienced tournament players that really know what they're doing. But well, thank you for that. And we just missed Scott taking a nice one down with aces. He went 4 or 5 ways to the flop and survived it, but got paid. Got about $1,400 in profit on that one. So nice start there for Scott. As the last time he was on, aces was not a friendly hand to him.
Yeah, it can be like that. That's for sure. Checks through on the flop, 8 on the turn. Picks up a pair for Z-Fish. Club flush draw for John, but it is still the pair of kings and no kicker playing best for Bobby.
Oh, shit.
John will make the call for 325. Nobody else involved. And just going to finish with ace high. Bobby should try to get to showdown. He does check it over, and we'll see if John wants to rep something. This is not really a good card to do it on, though. And he does give it up. Yeah. I think a wise decision, as Bobby has already shown that he doesn't fold easily.
Bobby's got some chirping chips now. He's excited. He's fist bumping people. That's the Bobby we love. Get him going early.
I go through like 3 napkins per wing.
Yeah, that's a great plan there, Doc. I mean, yeah, get some coaching, play the satellites, play some, local TCH and Las Colinas tournaments up there in the Dallas area. I mean, obviously the even bigger one,
It's a
or
great
even the
opportunity.
bigger one, those
Yeah.
are great chances to play like a relatively large field tournament with a lot of players that are entering multiple times, sort of ballooning up the prize pool and really trying to get after it, build big stacks. That can make it a lot easier to sort of weather the storm in something like the main event, for sure. Just getting your feet wet is immeasurably valuable.
3-bet here from John with the ace jack. Goes check check on the flop.
Yeah, ace jack, a pretty good candidate for 3-bet pre flop top pair and check it back. You can also do this with your sort of wheel aces when you 3-bet those. And it's going to work out great because he's going to get a bet of 225 out of out of Z-Fish, and then raises them straight away on the turn.
Super quick fold.
Take down the pot.
Well, what you were just mentioning too about players that are wanting to play in some of these larger fields. Again, that one you were talking about, the even bigger one. This is the prize pool that we had. It was a guaranteed. Actually, excuse me. This is one that we just had that was not the even bigger one, but just our normal Saturday tournament. Because it was the holidays, they added a 10K to it. But look at those entries. A one-day tournament. We had 401 entries. We guaranteed 40K. It was 80K in that prize pool. So, I mean, that was a 400-person field right there. And then you mentioned the even bigger one that we have once a month. Those fields end up, 16, 1,700 people plus.
Yeah.
Multi-day tournaments that you can really, get some good practice in, the part of those multi-day tournaments, which is, surviving. I mean, obviously the blinds go up a little faster than they do in the main event. I think they're 30-minute levels, right? What is it, an hour?
2 hours in the
2
main
hours.
event. Yeah. You have infinite play if you
Yeah.
don't run awfully, but yeah, the blinds are just perpetually small. Like in a tournament like that, and you'll see this in some of the other big buy-in events that have long levels as well, where
Oh my God. Sorry, Spooky just got there again.
He sure did.
Not the fun version of the straight he was looking for, but don't see him folding.
Yeah, Seth is going to go for a block for value, going to try to get called by something like Queen Jack, but he is going to get shown the 9-8. And that's pretty gross, but didn't lose a ton. But yeah, I mean, the average in the main event on any given day until you get down very late in the tournament, the average is like 50 to 60 big blinds, even when you're getting close to the money bubble. And it's a consequence of there being so much time before the level increases. But there's just so many hands that get played, so people are still going to go bust. And so the average just stays really high. And, it's one of the best aspects of that tournament that, you can have a 50 big blind stack as you approach the bubble. And you're average, so you don't feel like you're some sort of monster, but like you just don't have to go broke, and you're going to cash the tournament, right? Just sit back and sort of wait, and you'll be fine.
That's been in the mix tonight. For better or for worse, it's been in the mix. Yeah, no.
7.
John here with one of the hands that set me back a real big piece in the main, the ace queen of clubs. And he's all in with it. I'm lucky I didn't go all in because
we have a
little early.
3-bet to 700, and we've got a jammy jam. Doc Hollywood, your boy John. He's a fan of those puppy feet. Ace queen of clubs, getting it in.
And now back over to Seth here, who is looking at about 3,200 to call. And yeah, pot going to go up to 8,000. I don't think he can be folding ace king here ever. He does quickly make the call. And running it 2 times. John here, well behind, needs to improve. No piece of that. And ace king keeping the stack and working on taking the rest of John's chips. Unless he can find a queen or flop the,
Flop
Broadway's
it.
great.
Goodness.
Queen for a quarter doesn't come. So John will keep his stack and they'll hack up what's in the middle.
There you go. Yeah, Doc, I've seen those hands too, man. The craziest one was the 6-bet from a kind of loose, aggressive player that had a reputation, and he went in with a 6-bet with his aces and got called by 9s. Of course, the flop is like 9-3-4, and the turn's another 9, and it's just like, there goes your tournament. And they had like 80 big blinds or something at the time. I mean, they were both pretty good stacks, and it was just a gross one, but he puts in the 6-bet with aces, and just his reputation gets him called by a guy with 9s.
Wow.
Aces cracked, tournament over.
Dude, I will tell you, so like, yeah, aces cracked and coolers, and yeah, there's obviously going to always be stuff like that in big tournaments, and with the way that, that everything is covered these days, you get to see it in real time and in retrospect, which is pretty cool. What I thought was incredible was I was watching just for a brief moment the other day while Phil Hellmuth was on one of the featured tables, and he was absolutely blasting off with complete garbage, like super tilted, and just like 3-betting to like he like 3-bet somebody to 6x over their open for no reason with like queen 4 off or king 4 off, just like super random. He was just tilted and getting after it, and he got looked up in a few spots and got wrecked, like to just like throw away chips for no reason. I didn't see how the rest of that session went. I presume he managed to still stay alive, but it was wild.
He did, and I don't know where he's at now, but I know they were talking about him. One of the guys was kind of pumping him up, like, yeah, Phil's going to make a deep run. I promise you, he's going to be there day 6. And then just out of nowhere, he started playing like that. I'm like, uh-oh. Like, where is this coming from? And he was like, I don't know what he's doing right now.
The commentators couldn't really believe it either, right?
Yeah.
Which is fair to like, it's fair because like this is a very accomplished player. Everyone knows that he tilts and that he can like rage at people and shout and mutter and all of that stuff. But to see how much it affected the way he actually played the game in that short stretch of time that I was watching was incredible. Like, I've never tilted so hard that I've played just complete rags for massive 3-bet raises and stuff. Like, it's just not happening. I don't know. He's a different breed.
All right, the queens going to take one down for a small pot for Z-Fish. Yeah, the other cool thing, poker's gotten so big in Texas, and, we have a lot of accomplished players, and even, some recs that, do like to play in some larger stakes and big games, and just turning on, the Poker Go streams and seeing some of the faces that, not only from the Houston scene and from your scene in Austin, and then, of course, in our Dallas scene, like, I know that guy, I know that girl, it's just kind of cool because you get to root on these people. I'm not playing in it. I didn't go out to Vegas this year, but being able to watch the Instagram stories and then just happen to randomly, pull up your YouTube feed and be like, hey, man, that's somebody I play with. Let me root that guy on. So it's been really cool, and it's just a testament of how great the poker has gotten in the state of Texas. Of course, we've got tons of events of our own coming up, but it's cool to see some friends and poker colleagues playing on the big stage.
Yeah, no, there's nothing better than when it gets down to, sort of day 7 or whatever, and there's some local grinders in there still that you get to root for. It's great. Yeah, I ran into Dusty out there. I saw a lot of folks from Texas. It was cool. All right. East 4 clubs 3-bet here for Mr. Delivery. He's going to get this one through. Doc saying he's amazed at how much you can bluff in the beginning because everyone plays so tight. That's true, but again, that is very table dependent. And simultaneous to that, you still have some folks that you kind of look at them when you first sit down, or maybe you play a couple orbits with them, and you're like, oh, this is like some old man coffee. He's just going to play really fit or fold. He's not going to mess around or whatever. I can just bluff him off of something. And then he's just like the biggest calling station you've ever seen, and just looks you up in a huge spot where you just think he's going to fold everything with like second pair. I mean, you never know what they're capable of. So you have to be very selective about running just like a big YOLO bluff against someone, because you just expect them to fold everything. And I mean, Phil ran into that in that brief stretch that I was watching too. Probably part of the reason that he tilted, because he tried to bluff someone and they were like, not having it.
Yeah. Was it Old Man Coffee?
Yeah, he tried to bluff a guy and he just was like, no. Like, I mean, he had one pair and just like called him. He just didn't care.
Well, look at this spicy one, as Benham has turned a set of tens, but he's not going to win because Bobby called him down with the flushy flush. 7 high variety. Hey, buddy, I won the hand. I took your money, but nice set, sir. God dang, I love Bobby.
Oh,
He is fun.
I love it.
Those are the kind of fun needles. You know, you can tell these players like razzing each other a little bit. Hey, nice set, buddy. As he's dragging the guy's chips in.
Fold, 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 fold. 75. Fold, fold.
I'm gonna see if I have a club right now. That way
Okay,
you
don't have to look weak. Check.
Right, little pair of jacks here for Mr. Delivery.
Check.
Massively ahead here, Bobby with squadouche, and now trip jacks on the turn. Bobby is just not even
You look back
gonna
anyhow,
attack
bro.
this.
Well, there's a
7 high.
You didn't check for diamonds. You didn't check for diamonds.
Now Bobby's like, you look back at your hand. Shows the 9 ball. Good card to show. 9 of diamonds.
Doc says Benham should have been more aggressive with the set. I mean, the set is kind of like the exact hand that you just want to get to showdown with, because if your opponent doesn't have a club, you're going to win. I mean, yes, you could be more aggressive with pretty much any hand on a 5-club board and potentially push your opponent off of just any 2 random like red cards or whatever, but
I had the worst
Yeah.
straight draw possible.
bluff with your sets. You really bluff with everything, right?
Bobby's trying to explain that in that hand he had a draw with the 7 triz.
600 sold.
Yeah, not a good one.
All right, I'm liking this. Mr. Delivery coming in with a nice 3-bet with 7-8 of clubs after an open and a call. And Scott says, how about $5,000?
Ship it.
Scott ain't messing around tonight.
Nah.
He'll take a $960 pot all night long, but occasionally you do run into it there, and boy, that hurts when you do.
Yeah, the number of times that you get snapped off by aces versus any of the other hands that you actually have a decent equity against, though, is so minimal that when you just pick up the $1,000 and don't have to fade any flop, turn, and river, it's brilliant. So, I mean, I like the play.
Right.
I do think that if you're not going to jam aces, though, or kings, like if you're going to 4-bet them to a more moderate size, then you should probably do that with ace king too, just for balance. But I mean, yeah, pick up your money, grab your bag, and move on to the next hand.
Well, yeah, and if you go 3.5x or something, you've already put 3,500 of your 5K in. So it's like, if you're unsure of a sizing, and you're just like, I just want to take this pot down, you know. There you go. Go with the 5K sizing and win $1,000.
I mean, so sure, if your choices are 3.5x or all in, then sure, go all in. But you don't have to go big. I mean,
Yeah,
cold four bets, that's the strongest move in poker. The
absolutely.
cold four bet out of the blind. Like, everyone gives you respect for something anyways. Um, yeah, you can click it basically, right? Like 2x the last amount is still a pretty big raise. Um, people tend to think of it as clicking when you go from like somebody opens to 300, someone three bets to 1,000, and then you four bet to 2,000. Like that's actually pretty freaking huge, right? When
Right.
you think about it, as far as we went from 3 to 1,000 to 2,000, like a lot of money has gone in the middle here. Um, and it gives you flexibility to play flops, right? And that's kind of the thing. Like, are you comfortable playing flops, or do you just always want to make all the decisions pre-flop?
Yeah.
And that's kind of
Oh, wow. Look at
the
this
decision
one.
point.
We didn't have Spooky's hand showing while we were gabbing. Thought we were just going to get a fold. Spooky's in the hand with deuces. Z-Fish with top.
A very interesting turn card as the front door flush comes in. Spooky here, though, definitely with a hand that can still go for value, but I think you want to go relatively small on this texture changing card. He is going to check it back, and wow, he's going to end up playing the butt flush instead of the flopped set. Z-Fish here can't beat anything that contains a spade.
He's looking up. We'll forgive you for the slip of the GD there, Spooky, but it's been checked to you. You don't have to put any more money in the pot. The aforementioned butt flush. Don't Google that, kids. On our stream, that just means the worst flush.
Yeah.
Not something you
Z-Fish,
probably want to look up on Urban Dictionary, but nice hand nonetheless from Spooky.
yeah, Z-Fish was probably thinking at first, like, oh, what a terrible turn card, to, wow, what a really bad river card, to, oh my God, thank God those cards came, because I would have certainly put more money in the pot and was drawing dead.
For sure. Spooky's stack is quite spooky. It's now 666,
Oh,
and he is up 3.2K. Spooky indeed. Doc saying, can someone please take Scott's chips from him? Hey, now. Well, we'll let you do the anti-rooting.
7 or 8, 225.
Still trying to find out who our mystery player is. Guy named Taylor will be coming in and playing in the 5 seat. So we have a new face. Glad to hear that. Shout out to Mallory for another great lineup tonight.
absolutely. Spooky here going to go for a heat check. He opens the 5-3 of diamonds in the hijack. It's 3-bet relatively small from Seth in the big blind and does make the call to play in position, but bricks the flop hard enough that he's just done with it. And man, it feels so good when you are just like winning every hand you play and you like get folded to in the hijack, open 5-3, and someone 3-bets you small. You're like, you're absolutely not getting me to fold this hand. Like we're doing a heat check, and if I spike something with his 5-3 diamonds, like we're sailing off into the sunset tonight because nobody can beat us.
All right, checking out in the room, we've got our $300 10K guarantee black chip bounty tournament. Still an hour and 20 minutes left in registration. We already have 43 entries in that bad boy. So if you like playing in those bounty tournaments, $300 to enter, $100 for every player you knock out, and usually a pretty juicy prize pool with that 10K guarantee. Still an hour and 20 minutes left right here at TCH Dallas. Actually, cool thing, Aaron, Scott, one of our tournament directors, got to tune in one of our Saturday tournaments recently. His mama was on the final table. Great. Got to root her on, Miss Liz. She's a fan of the chat.
Very cool.
Absolutely.
All right, it briefly showed John somehow winning with the 10-7 high here, but no, it is indeed Spooky gonna bet his top
Again.
chips and take down the pot.
He's wanting to recreate that.
Building a nice little stack over there.
Yeah, he sure is. And Scott and Bobby up a pretty decent amount as well. And no like real big winners, just kind of everybody down a little over 1,000. Mr. Delivery stuck 700 for the time being.
I say single shot around. The 50s on. Too soon? A little bit.
No, immediately after I just got the box, right? And JD said, "Just show me the box."
Not a single face card in sight as we get all the way over and around to Mr. Delivery in the first straddle. And he's just going to open and win the dead money.
Man, I just got weird sound, and I was like, what is that sound? And it's pouring here in Dallas, so hope you guys are staying safe out there on the roads and dry. We're now getting some nasty weather, and I also saw, Aaron, that your former stomping grounds, I don't know how close you grew up to Ruidoso, but I know you were a New Mexican, and it is flooding like crazy in New Mexico right now, too. So praying for those folks.
Yeah, man. I mean, these parts down here where we don't normally get a ton of rain and then it just, you know, comes down like cats and dogs. Even the normal occurrence, which is like you got to be careful around the arroyos and some of the drainage areas and whatnot. I mean, when it overflows those, people are unprepared for that. And
100%.
Yeah, it'll turn a normally very safe area into a very, very dangerous one. I mean, it's you know, there's even a kind of superstition there in New Mexico, La Llorona, I think, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, which is sort of like this this grandmotherly, like evil grandmotherly kind of figure or whatever. And I apologize to the culture that I'm, you know, sort of describing this of, but doing a poor job, but basically,
Yeah,
like,
I know what
you
you're
know,
saying.
that you get like swept away in the river, like La Llorona comes and takes you away, so you have to be careful. And it's sort of an illusion or an alluding to, you know, getting swept down an arroyo during a rainstorm or whatever. So, you know, there's some long-standing history to these periods of history or periods of time where all of a sudden it's dangerous to be outside.
Absolutely.
We got to be careful. We got to look out for each other and do our best to try to, you know, do what we can to step in for those in need when things, unfortunately, go the way they have been here as of
For
late.
sure. Big old flop here. We were three-handed. Now we're down to two as Seth has got the overpair, now a gut shot and a flush draw. Bobby playing it a little safe here on this turn card. He's got a set of fours, bottom set. I think he wants to see what Seth is going to do here. Pot already at 2440.
Yeah, and such an interesting spot here for Seth. I mean, his hand is effectively a combo draw and an overpair. Yeah, I kind of like this, right? The pot is already big enough. If you can get to showdown and just turn the jacks over and win a pot of 2440, you feel pretty good. But Bobby now making bottom boat should be going for thick value. I mean, I'd like to see something chunky, right? Like, if you're ever going to bluff here, you're going to go big. Yeah, 2,000. Let's go.
And here you are as Seth. Overpair. Now you got two pair. Made that great fold earlier with the kings. Can he get away from jacks here? He cannot. And I don't blame him. Bobby's going to win a nice one here.
Yeah, you just kind of pay this one off. Your hand blocks everything. It's kind of the exact reason that you were so happy to get to showdown is that, like, you know, your opponent just shouldn't have a whole bunch of stuff and your pair is going to be good. And then when they bluff, or you hope they're bluffing, you just make the call. So, yeah, makes a lot of sense to pay that one off. It is going to be pretty painful, though, for Seth, as he is going to drop down a full buy-in of 5K now.
Yep. Our man, some guy joining us, and he liked some of that talk we mentioned earlier with the ace king from Scott, saying it screams a glaring ace king there very often. And yeah, I've done that, and I've gotten called pretty light before because the player's like, "Oh yeah, you had ace king. I know you did, so I called you with fours for heaps and heaps of chips because I just knew fours is good." God dang it.
Yeah.
375 total.
But the good news is, if that player is always going to put you on only ace king there, sometimes you can get them.
Yeah, if you are just gonna stuff it with queens or something like that, but I don't know. I think it's a lot easier to balance towards what you would do with aces and kings than it is to balance towards what you do with ace king.
Right.
Right. And it just the way that it works out just naturally is that you tend to get more money in the pot when you have such a strong hand like aces or kings. And when you get more money in the pot and still have to pay post flop, but you have ace king in your hand, it's really not that bad, right? I mean, every once in a while you see a flop like this one and it's not great, but Spooky still finds a way to win, right? Like you still
Absolutely.
have a really strong range. Your opponent is still going to have a whole bunch of stuff that's going to miss or be afraid to play across multiple streets, right? Like it's not that big of a deal. But you need to be comfortable with it, and you need to, you need to play your own strategy as well, right? I mean, we can talk all day about it until we're blue in the face, and like if Scott would just rather rip it in there with ace king, and that's the way he wants to play it, then that's the way he should do it.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure I don't have any points, Aaron, but I'm going to join your gamble party here in the chat.
Well, at least see if you got enough to get going here soon.
2 is my guess.
The old Peepa points.
3.
Ooh, all in.
3 players, sir.
All right. 3 players to a flop, and Spooky and Bobby both going to connect with top pair. Nothing there for Seth. Jack Kicker is working right now.
400. Call.
Oh, no. No, I got a little distant flex box sitting in his favorite seat.
That is true. Spooky has had some good nights in that exact seat.
And there were a lot of pips on that card that rolled off. I was like, did Spooky just get there? But no, it was the 9 of spades. And when we get to a river, it is no improvement for the Queen 8. I believe the Queen Jack is just going to be playing the superior kicker, as we've got a little bit of a technical difficulty here on our river card. But yeah, Bobby will be taking it down. Spooky there sort of value owning himself a little bit on the end, but it happens.
There you go. Yeah, graphics getting caught up. Seth had already folded on that turn. We did get to a river, and Bobby did take that one down. It's a little frozen, and we'll shout out to our man from Turkey, Mr. Atink. What's going on, Atink?
Hey, welcome in. Leo Joseph joining us as well. Welcome.
Thank you, Bill. Bobby won last one.
There you go. You could hear Glenn saying, yep, Bobby won the last one as the graphics were on the struggle bus there trying to get caught up. Sometimes the technology will do that.
We two rescan, please. Heads up.
All right, we're going to be heads up in this hand. Looks like Spooky is going to raise, and Seth calls.
Oh, and another setup for Seth. Oh, never mind. He mustn't have Queen Jack because
we're not folding top pair to a single bet, right?
No.
Ever.
Back to the usual, huh?
Yeah, there was something wrong with the cards getting scanned the first time around, and then even though they pushed the cards across again, I think something just had to have been awry there.
Yeah, but Bobby is now leapfrogged Spooky. He's up to
So I went to the
over 10K, 6.6 in profit.
It is just like a firecracker. So then I had to go find one place, man.
You bet. Tink, have you been watching any of the World Series of Poker stuff that Poker Go and YouTube has out? And I know the Venetian is started their own, and they had some kind words for Texas Card House. I got to chat a little bit with their commentators the other day, but good to see a Vegas room getting involved in the streaming, and some of our friends get to play on there.
Yeah, very cool. Bottom pair and a straight draw for Z-Fish, far and away the best hand, and not a lot there for Mr. Delivery. However, he is going to pick up a card he can rep on the turn.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
You don't forget that.
Yeah, no,
Has nut, no pair, so he just beats all of the Jack 10 and whatever garbage that's kind of in the middle of the deck. And Z-Fish happy to get to showdown if that's where we're headed. I don't suspect that Mr. Delivery is going to all of a sudden rep something now, and it is just going to be a pair of fours winning at showdown.
There's a reason why all that packing is in there. 2 seats adding 4. Right. It's shredded paper, I think. 2 seat adding 4K. But that would be bad if it went off in the pocket. The whole box. That would be good.
All right, let's. Oh, yeah. One Venom gets back in the game. Yep.
All right. My boy Z-Fish is back and already chatting up the knit game. I knew he'd be the one to bring it up.
This is fucking change for you.
Shout out to our normal table captain, Mr. JD. He's probably doing some traveling. He's always a staple on our streams and helping Malpal with putting these lineups together. But good luck and safe travels wherever you are, Mr. JD. Okay, cool.
All right,
Worth checking out, though, Tink, when you get a chance to check out the Venetian as well if you like the cash games.
Nobody connecting with the pair, or excuse me, with the ace on board here. Spooky with a flush draw will bet 150. Bobby bottom pair, the only player with a real piece of this, will stick around. Z-Fish, pretty speculative, continue 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight, but no improvement on the turn. And Bobby does get a gutter to go with his hand, but it's Z-Fish pairing the jack on the river after we check through the turn. Okay, we'll finish with the best of it.
What'd you say? I got 1 pair.
Me too.
I can't beat you. You got lucky. You so got lucky.
Jay's on my feet.
Thank you.
That's it. Thanks, Z. I don't remember. It was good cards.
All right, a little bit of profit and loss here. Bobby up 6,200. Seth down 5,700. Everyone else in between.
Yeah, it is a match the stack game, so you can see Seth's got over 8,000 in his stack, so he's going to try to get that chunky loss back. I'm waiting for his buddies. Seth's buddies love to join the chat and tell us about the legend of Speedy Seth, all his athletic prowess. They still swear up and down that he ran like a 4.240, runs like a gazelle. We'll see if they join us tonight, Aaron.
All right. We'll keep our eyes open in the chat.
You heard about AI?
Yeah. Heads up. Hindsight.
All right, heads up we go between John and Bobby. Bobby the pre-flop aggressor, but John connecting with the board. Free turn card. John picks up a flush draw to go with the top pair. Put a pair on the turn for Bobby, enough to take one off. And he doesn't improve.
So that's your thing, Scott.
400.
You do all the streams in the world one time.
A little bit large there from John. I think out of position. If you're really going to get called by worse, maybe just quarter pot or something, but half pot a little bit too much for Bobby to continue.
I don't know if you saw that. I'd love to see it in the room, and it happens at the low stakes games too. But Z-Fish saw the cleaning guy go by and gave him a couple of red birds there for the hard work he does. But you see that in our room quite a bit, where we take care of those folks that take care of our room, and I love seeing that. We're all having a good time and gambling our tails off, and you got some hardworking people keeping our room clean, and love seeing the players take care of them. So
Yeah,
cool to see that on camera from our man Z-Fish. So shout out to the man.
All right, open to 200 from Scott in the cutoff, and he's going to run into the ace-king of John after Z-Fish tries to sneak in there with the low-suited connector.
Raise. 800. That's rain. Whenever Travis was on his way and he said it was coming down the sheet. Fold.
All right, 800 is the raise from John with 2860 behind. That's going to get through the remaining players.
Now we don't have it again because of.
He's getting Bobby's gonna.
Yeah, hopefully that new player that's joining us isn't caught in this nasty weather that's coming down.
Well, they're in it, whether they're caught in it or not.
Exactly, they're definitely in it.
Question.
Travel's on.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, but.
That's what I was gonna ask. It looks like it's still waiting.
Sassy doing her thing, smashing that like button for us. We appreciate it.
Go around. She did this. Fold. 5 of hearts in the muck, guys. 125. Fold. Thank you.
Well, a couple of jacks here for Spooky. Going to be good enough for a 3-piece chicken McNugget.
That sounds delicious.
John will make the call.
We know it's not real chicken, but it sounds delicious.
The hot dog of chicken.
Absolutely.
Do you like the rubber ones?
Checky here as the straight comes in on the turn now for Spooky. He can get outflopped and still finds a way to win the hand.
Bet 350.
Half pot here from John with a one-liner to a straight. A pretty bold bet. Once again, something like quarter pot or whatever seems to make a little bit more sense, but betting right into what is effectively the joint with 2 jacks in hand. Spooky happy to just make the call. Like, well, yeah, if you want to bet, go for it.
And gets an absolute brick on the river. The beautiful 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, don't go too big here, Spooky. If you're going to get paid by 2 pair, it probably needs to be half pot, and it looks like what he's going for. Yeah, nice.
A little less, yeah, 550. Very value.
Oh, yeah, maybe even a little too small. I don't think you're ever bluffing for this size. But what do I know? It's just numbers. John doesn't have a club, so in some worlds there's like ace 7 of clubs, ace 8 of clubs, things like that that will have, you know, sort of stuck around to see this point in the hand, and you can beat them. But it's not very many combos, but they do exist. John makes the call for the small wager.
And another 1285 in profit, going the way of Spooky.
Yeah, he bought in for 3,500, and he has just about doubled his stack over the course of 38 hands.
Oh, okay.
Good things happen.
You want to call the rules on what? If you bust what happens, call it
All right, Nick game in effect. Let's go. As we got the MMA and Car Addict joining us. What is up, man? Welcome in.
What's going on, man? Phony turds.
You want to know?
Yeah, so only the people who've lost the button at that point get paid? I think so, yeah. Like, how many buttons are out get paid?
That would be fine. Yeah, okay.
No, it just goes into the pot, doesn't it?
Well, I like that idea.
Oh, yeah,
we're doing- we're
but we'll
doing
just run it right back. We can just pay it out.
Oh,
If
yeah,
something
then
happens.
just prorate.
Yeah, like for however many.
Oh,
okay, that works. Just
Let's hope it doesn't.
yeah, 100. So 800 to goes to splash the pot. So it's a splash pot, not a payout, right? It's, yeah, but you can choose one of the
All right, players are getting all the rules down for this knit game. Still have one player missing, and Rana's joining us. I'm sure cheering on Mr. Benham. How you doing, Miss Rana?
Let's just do 7 and we'll rip it one.
Oh, they just saved you? Oh, that is even more funny then. Yeah, for sure.
Seth makes it 125 to go, hoping to get unstuck, and it's going to go call, call, and call. So he's going to have to beat 3 players.
And the bird said, call! Everybody's in there.
Well, a good flop here as Bobby is going to connect with top pair. No one else finds a piece, so the king's far and away the best hand. Leo in the chat says he liked Spooky's bet. Yeah, it got him paid. Maybe half pot is going to get the fold. You never know.
600 total, fold.
Seth going to go ahead and come in for the raise now and try to thin the field, and gets rid of Bobby as well. And gets rid of his knit button, so he'll take a little $600 plus profit with those kings.
Yeah, King 9 off is the ceiling, is the qualifier.
I mean, I'm over here playing Jack 6.
You can't get rid of your knit button with kings. What are you doing?
Steven said King 9 offsuit was the qualifier.
$200 free.
Has to be that or worse, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be an interesting way to play the game. Nope, that hand doesn't qualify. Too strong.
If I call that bet, you're going to slow down now.
A little scary.
Raise to 75.
Right around that Mr. Delivery qualifying range, the suited variety, King 8, does get called 2 spots.
Man, it is ridiculous. It starts getting a lot true.
And it's good to be spooky. Dominated diamonds. Your opponents have overcards. Yeah. Top pair.
Last was supposed to help my son ball for color blindness. It just makes things
Check
dark.
call from Spooky. As the 6 of diamonds does come off on the turn. Both players with a flush draw. Mr. Delivery now going to face a donk lead for half pot. And a little bit awkward given the fact that he bet the flop and Spooky just check called, but all awkwardness aside, I think you can only call here. You really don't want to raise and somehow get re-raised if your opponent has a 6 or something, or God forbid they already have a full house and led for whatever reason. You'd just be piling money into a dead pot. So Steven will make the call. And no diamond on the end. 6s full of queens for Spooky.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Especially next week.
Spooky River.
Does decide to go for the check, and I don't hate this, as Mr. Delivery may bet to try to get an ace high to fold. But king high showdown, he does also just like beat some of the garbage, the straight draws, the middling straight draws, or weaker flush draws at showdown. So
Absolutely. 4 5s, 8 9s.
Yeah, but it's just too tempting to try to get ace high to fold here.
What are we thinking here, Spooky?
Yeah, just snap call. You're never raising.
There you go. You got a full house, my man. There you go.
Steven's like, what? You slow rolled me so hard. Like, what are you doing?
You shouldn't be able to get rid of your neck button on that one. You should have to keep your neck button on that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, especially after that fucking
Wait,
roll.
you never
Hey, I wasn't supposed to lose all my money with an 8 either, or somebody with an 8 either.
Yeah, but that's different.
You played that one bad. You played, and
Yeah.
that was a snap.
Yeah, you don't get rid of your nit button. And he agrees. He's holding on
Yeah.
to it.
With that look on his face, it was never raising.
He's still having little monsters under the bed of the way old Zach Barron did him the last couple hands of the night last stream. We had another one of those final hands on our stream where Zach was having an okay night and almost unstuck. I know that's right around the time where you're off at Taco Bell. Aaron and RJ's in the booth with me, but yeah, Zach Barron has some uncanny way of finishing the night with a couple of winning hands. Then he always seems to win that final PLO flip, and they did a $600 PLO flip to end the night the other night.
Oh
Zach
my
won that,
goodness.
and Zach won that one
Wow.
after I think either stacking Spooky or taking like 3/4 of his chips. So I think he's still a little snake bit from that one. That was his excuse for nit rolling that one.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you play poker enough and you realize in these spots that you're never raising. You're like, I have, you know, like a really good card having the queen here. But it doesn't matter how good your hand is in absolute terms. Like, if you can't raise and ever get called by worse, and you can for sure reopen the pot and get screwed by someone who has quads, then you're just never raising. So you
Flick
kind
it
of
in.
know these spots. You just snap
Yeah.
call. You don't even think about raising, and you just move on to the next. But yeah, the fact that he like sort of took his time there, or was perhaps even trying to figure out like, does my opponent ever have a 6? Like, yeah, I don't know. Just call.
Can't stand it, kids. Can't stand it. You have to. You don't even have a button.
They're going to let him have that for a while. Spicy flop here for Bobby and Benham. They're already gabbing a little bit with each other.
Yeah, this is pretty nasty for Benham. I mean, second pair, he can definitely be up against some kings. But yeah, not folding for a single bet.
I Chihuahua all in. What do you do when a player says I Chihuahua and follows it by all in?
I snap fold my second pair.
No, he snap calls.
What?
It's up to you. I'm ahead.
What? I don't understand this call. He doesn't have a spade, so he just puts Bobby on queen 10 or spade draw like every time? Wow. And Benham has just gifted his stack over to Bobby, calling off for 1.5x jam call off. I mean, it also doesn't make a ton of sense to do that with King Jack, so that's fair, but wow.
How about the start for our 9 seed? We've been bragging about Spooky and his start. Look at Bobby. 43 hands in through one dealer who's about to change out. 9.4K in profit for Bing Bang Bobby.
Yeah.
Damn it, Bobby.
That was big. The logic is there for the call off for Benham. Absolutely. When your opponent is saying, I just like am all in for 1.5x pot, and why would I ever do that? Like, unless I have a draw and want you to fold. So the logic is there for the call. That's definitely true. Having any pair, you know, the king or the jack makes some sense. Just super wrong this time around.
Indeed. It looks like we've got our man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Johnny Rodriguez, sharpshooter, one of the fastest card slingers in the West.
Oh, I got the winner.
Yeah, he comes straight in, and we jump right into a PLO flip.
Not like that.
Looks like 100 ahead, if I'm not mistaken.
0 or diet?
Oh man, we cracked those all day in this game.
I mean, this is a cracker. Okay, I got 2 pairs. 2 pairs.
Jack 7-6. It's a set of 6s for Scott. And there's the 10, so the 9-8 is going to come through.
8-9 on 2 straight.
Somebody's got a 9-8 lurking somewhere around there.
Honey, can you believe it, honey?
Who won?
8-9 straight. Yeah, 9-8, honey.
Yeah.
Seth gets a little piece back. That's nice after the way he's been running tonight.
I just lost my car today.
Straddle 50.
There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Well, there's clouds, but there was no forecast of rain.
6 is adding 2,000.
And it's
Leo, the speech and then the jam is too strong. You're not wrong. It's usually the nuts, right?
Like a big like splatter of.
So you like
So I
this,
could use a
How
little
about your
rinse.
brown racing stripe?
I could use a little rinse. Yeah, exactly. My skid mark. Broadside across the side.
Yeah.
White car.
My kids are at summer camp right now. I don't want to see a bunch of rain after all we've had happen.
50. Honestly, yeah.
They're on the Brazos. And it was already kind of full, you know. But I got to check. I've been checking the weather a lot. But there wasn't supposed to be any more rain.
Folds over and around to Bobby on the button. And a beautiful hand to open with. King, Queen of Hearts. And will John defend his babies? He will. In fact, he's going to do it with an all-in for $25.60.
I'm rooting for you, John.
He does have a knit button, so a little bit of extra incentive to try to win a hand.
I think I can fold this.
God, you have your button.
What do you think?
Oh, it's 15.55, so we were overestimating John's stack by 1,000. This makes a lot more sense.
I have no pair.
I just need to get there on the first board.
You have a pair?
No, I have ace jack.
You have ace jack?
One of Bobby's outs going to get burned straight away, but he does pick up some additional equity on the turn. Does not come through. So John will keep his stack as we go into a second board.
Squid brain, warp your brain, Don.
And Bobby in
I'm pretty sure it's a standard.
real tough shape. Gonna need a king or a queen right now and gets it, so chop it up.
Take 5 reps.
Can't fold that hand. You can't fold that hand, bro.
I like the call.
And it's a mid game. You can't have it. Oh, you
All right, looks like John is just gonna continue to play the nub here, working with right around 1,600.
I mean, literally when I was pulling up today, the street was dry. As soon as you pull in the parking lot, it was wet. It was only the parking lot.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Easy.
I saw the lightning going on.
50 straddles.
Yeah, oh no, there's some big lightning over there.
Yeah, I mean,
But the street was dry.
I think watch this.
Race 125 is
Exactly what it was like.
125 here, Mr. Delivery with the knit button and the 10-9 offsuit. Gonna open it up. Scott, 3-piece on the button.
700 is bet.
Wow, that is a big raise. And Seth just gonna ditch the jacks straight away. He's like, I don't know what a 5.5x 3-bet is, but my jacks don't want any piece of it. And Scott will show down the ace-queen and get rid of his knit button. Wow, massive raise and a big fold.
They just sent me an email this afternoon.
Well, did I miss anything crazy?
Well, Scott was one of 3 remaining with the knit button, and he went for a 5.5x 3-bet over Steven's Open. Seth folded jacks, just like mucks the jacks, and
What did Scott have?
ace queen offsuit.
Okay.
Yeah. So here we are now with just 2 players remaining in the knit game. It's going to be between John and Steven for who is the biggest knit.
Z-Fish has one over there, though.
Oh, excuse me. It's Z-Fish. We have the button in the wrong spot on the graphic. Yeah, because John actually, he just won or chopped a big all-in. Not big, but he's got 1,500. But chopped an all-in, but he did win the first board, so he did get rid of his button, I guess.
Well, nice to be in a heads-up battle for the knit button and wake up with 2 kings.
That's the truth. Venom, though, not going to let him get away easy, is going to stick around with ace 9-0, and this would be a pretty brutal way to stay in the knit game if he somehow can't defeat the ace 9. It's going to be a pretty good flop here as Venom picks up a pair and may put a little bit of extra chips in the middle. Queen 9-6 rainbow flop here. The kings, I think, should just be c-betting a lot, but definitely can be checking on some of these queen high boards. Venom gonna make the call for 600. SPR about 1.5, and a board pairing 6 on the turn. Should not be that concerning for either player. Mr. Delivery with a knit button, much more likely to have a 6 than Venom, calling the 3-bet. And something like, I was going to say, something like 1/3 pot makes a lot of sense here for Mr. Delivery, setting up a river jam, but checks it to Benham, who checks it back, and now with a pretty meaningless 4 of hearts on the end. Pay no attention to the 10 of diamonds on your screen. That is the 4 of hearts. Mr. Delivery should feel emboldened to bet, and I'd like to see a pretty good size. Somewhere around 2K, maybe 1,800 if you want to really price your opponent in. But you could even just launch it all and try to get paid by the odd sort of queen jack, and that is how Mr. Delivery is going to go about it. He's got a knit button. He can apply max pressure, and he gets it all.
He gets the call. Love hearing that, folks. You heard Aaron there say, you know, here's another option that just might work. And Aaron, you nailed it. It worked. Benham going to the felt again for the 2nd time, and Mr. Delivery, the deceptive check on the turn, gets paid.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
Yeah, it's just so tricky. Like when Venom checks back the turn and the brick 4 of hearts rolls off, like Steven just knows he has the best hand, and he's also played it as a bet check line. So yeah, the all-in is just pretty brilliant. It looks very bluffy.
Yeah.
Yeah, great spot to go for it all. And to get called by a 9 there is epic. Like, hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah, and we have seen Benham run up some big stacks on this very table, so he's very capable of coming back from this big hole. But he is in a 10K hole already, two full buy-ins. He's loading up that 3rd bullet.
Might as well put a raise in. Just looks like A7 off, you know?
Raise to 200. 200 is a bet. Fold. Raise. 600 is a bet. Fold.
Scott going to open up this pot with the 3s. Of course, this is the pot that has the knit button penalty out there. It's already a good chunk in there.
Yeah, this one's awkward. There's like sort of this hand class that's like just good enough to call, even though you'd really rather not do any calling here, just, you know, 4-bet or fold, but does make the call and is rewarded with the top pair. Scott is in there. He's got the pocket threes, so let's not forget about that. Check over to Z-Fish here. No piece of this whatsoever, but a pretty disconnected board. Like if his opponents ever just have like pocket nines or pocket eights,
800.
you know, ace queen, ace 10, these sorts of hands are going to be in a pretty difficult spot across multiple streets. Obviously, Mr. Delivery here, top backdoor hearts, is feeling pretty good about his hand.
Here we get a chip count for delivery.
Call. Fold.
I'll make the call for 800, and now SPR, if Z-Fish's stack is correct, well under 1. About 2/3 pot remaining for Z-Fish. Front door spades come off, and Mr. Delivery is going to take the aggressive line here. He's like, rather than check it over and give Z-Fish an opportunity to perhaps check back and hit a spade, I'm just going to go all in and hope that he, you know, just doesn't have it. And he doesn't, so he wins.
Straddle 50.
And that looks like a weird spot to a lot of people. They're like, wait, your hand is sort of vulnerable. You don't have the flush. Why are you going all in? And it definitely happens in poker when the SPR is that low, where checking and having your opponent go all in, or the opposite, which is checking and have your opponent checking back and then getting another really bad card that connects with the board. And then you have to check and your opponent can just like go all in all the time. It's just really uncomfortable. So you end up going all in yourself, even with a hand that doesn't really, it's not really bluffing. Is it really value betting? It's unclear. It's like you just kind of have too good of a hand to be folding. So you should just apply pressure now. And it works pretty well there.
Checks. Check. 300 is a bet. Calls.
Pair jacks for John.
Calls 3.
Best hand. But it's Benham doing the betting as he picks up a gutty.
3 players now.
And if that were the 5 of hearts on the river, it would give Benham the straight, but that was a mucked card that accidentally hit the scanner. It's another 3. So Z-Fish will win with 2 pair. Let's go.
Ship it.
He says, ship it. Get me involved tonight. Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, Seth's still down a buy-in, but Benham down 2. It's Bobby up 8,900, setting the tone as Mr. Delivery has seized the second spot on the totem pole, up 5,200. After a couple of nicely played hands there.
I'm ready.
There you go. Miss Sassy in the chat wanting to know where everybody's watching from tonight. So, guys and gals, let us know where you're watching from tonight. If one of these players is a family member or friend, let us know who you're rooting on. I know Raina already said she was rooting on Mr. Benham. But yeah, let us know where you're watching from.
I got you.
Wow, this is something you don't see too often from Steven. On the button, Ace King just calls.
Check. Check.
And why not when you're going to see 8-6 deuce? You know, just
Check.
How about a turn card for Bobby? Goodness gracious.
200.
good one.
Fold. Fold.
That'll get a damn it Bobby or two out of these players. David Terry checking in from northern Idaho.
Heads up.
Venom sticks around with the pair and a gutty. Does not improve, but has a hand that could certainly call a bet here on the end.
Call. Straight.
And Venom's like, oh, I lose again. One of these nights.
So sick.
All right.
Hit buttons for everybody.
No, not yet. Not yet.
No? Okay.
Well, we had a new player coming, but I think the weather changed things, so I was able to pull some strings after bumping into a buddy out there, and we're going to have Mr. David Benitez joining us here in about 15 minutes.
We have it on a bit of a delay, but I'm sure that's today.
So we'll have our 5-seat filled. He was out there splashing around, I think, in some PLO, but he's going to come try to get after these boys, and he's always good for action.
The coverage?
And he's probably going to be wearing that dadgum Sunny Delight hat. We're going to have to get him a new one, I'm telling you, but that's his hat. That's the go-to.
Raise to 200.
He may have been one of those children in the Sunny D commercials growing up, and he just hasn't gotten rid of the hat. But I can't tell you the last time I've drank a glass of Sunny Delight.
Yeah, I don't think I want another glass of Sunny Delight in my life.
It's so artificial tasting. Like, what is even in that?
No one knows.
No one knows.
It's definitely not good for you.
300 is bet.
All right, Sassy's checking in from Arkansas. Some guy is checking in from Fort Living Room, Texas.
Beautiful, beautiful part of the state. I've been there.
All right, knit game again. Let's go.
Straddle 50.
Did you partake this year, Aaron, in any fireworks or any celebrations for the 4th?
Let me tell you about my 4th of July, Eric.
I know where you were.
I was playing the main event until I wasn't. And then I tried to go from the horseshoe and walk off the steam back to where I was staying down on the south end of the strip. And the fireworks were about to start in Las Vegas. And so it was shoulder to shoulder on every square inch of the strip.
Oh, my God. I can't even imagine that. That sounds miserable.
Well, yeah. So I wormed my way through the crowd down, you know, like a Vegas block and a half or whatever, until literally you could no longer move because the escalators had been turned off. People were going down the escalators the wrong way. Like it was just insanity. There were so many people. Everyone was outside trying to see the fireworks. The only way to still move and get somewhere was to go out the back of the casino onto Harmon and walk down through like casino employee parking lots, you know, just like,
yeah,
it was insane. It was absolutely insane. And of course I'm like miserable after busting the main. So like just trying to get home to my hotel and have a beer and can't even do it. So it was a challenge, but no, I didn't see any fireworks. I wasn't really interested after that, nor did I want to stand around in those crowds. So
I mean, I've never experienced. I've experienced busy Vegas, but I don't know if I've experienced the kind of, you know, what sounds to me like you were almost in Mardi Gras, where you're just, you know, touching elbows and just bumping into people and just too many folks out there. So that does not sound appealing at all. But I had a good time. I went out on the 3rd instead of on the 4th to the big celebration that they have every year in Addison, Texas. That's called Kaboom Town, and some of the dealers here at TCH posted up at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon to get a spot just south of the Addison airport that's up on a hill, and set up tents and grill and coolers, and it was just freaking awesome, the spot that we had. And of course you had to, you know, pay for parking, which was never fun. It's like $40 or $50 for parking, but it was a great time, and had a lot of our employees out there from TCH, and an amazing fireworks show. So really cool.
Dude, that sounds awesome. Well, John here is setting off a fireworks show of his own, all in with King for 1645.
You'd be mad if I called you.
If you got me, sure.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I had ace crackers, bro. What do you
1640.
mean?
Z-Fish here. Even with all the dead money in there, he can't do it.
Aces for sure.
He doesn't have to show because he had already gotten rid of the knit button the hand before with pocket fours, got the upgrade with the kings, and went jammy jamming. Takes down another one. And we got a great compliment from our brother Lucas Vance saying, "What's up, TCH? Best stream commentators in the game." Well, that's about the kindest thing that we've been told in a hot minute, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, man. Welcome in. Happy to have you. Well, so nobody got injured. No, no fireworks
Yeah.
and fingers.
No, the fingers were intact. You know, it was funny. We were really close to where they were firing them off at the airport, and you could see, you know, almost every single one was just a perfect, you know, shot. There was a couple that kind of went crazy and haywire, but you know, none of those things were like you see them get like shot at people or anything. I mean, it was just a really good, safe experience, and it was just one of those cool things where you're walking around and you're seeing like just every different culture and people from different walks of life just all celebrating the 4th and, you know, having a good time. So that's what the 4th is always about to me, and to see it in the flesh again, I hadn't been out to a fireworks show in a while, was a cool experience, you know, especially just with the tone of a lot of things, you know, everywhere now. It was just a great experience. So happy birthday, America.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, John here is working on winning 3 in a row. He's got the queens. He's up against the king 10 of clubs and has the best hand far and away, but Spooky in position. 2 overs with 1 club. Is 700 enough for him to put it in there? I think the answer is no. John's only got 1,000 behind. So it's like you just can't see a good turn card.
Get the guy on a little heater. Let him start winning some hands. Get that stack back up. 4s, kings, and now queens. Back to back to back.
Yeah. And he's got about 3,000 in his stack, so a nice little double up from the 1,500 he was playing moments ago.
If he gets dealt pocket 8s right now, this thing is rigged. You heard it here first. I'm praying for Johnny's sake that he dealt him 5-4 offsuit.
I honestly, I agree.
Only
Because
time
we don't need that kind of attention, do we, Aaron?
No, especially not when you say stuff like that, you know? Jeez. Okay, John folds.
He didn't want us to see it.
He's just playing the main. He was out there playing a lot of cash. Yeah, he has like 7 bigs right now.
It was the 10-4 offsuit. There we go.
We were both waiting to see what it was. All right, Scott gets rid of his net button, a single open and no takers. He did open to 300 on the $50 big blind, so, you know, 6X gonna get some respect.
Yeah, Scott ain't playing around tonight, man. He's putting in some hefty bets. He wants to play big pots. That's what he told me.
Definitely still like the stage of the tournament. Like you feel bubble pressure.
Well, either big or small, because when you raise that big, you know, either just take down the blinds or you are going to get a big one.
When there's like a knockout of like 4 people at 100. 200 is the raise. Some ridiculous. 200.
Oh, hell no. No.
Hell
No.
He needs to be able to rebuy, right? Calls
A lot of
200.
tournaments you can.
Oh, okay. I play none.
My thing with tournaments is, so there's only occasionally like good tournaments in the DFW area, right? Like when there's like series going on or Choctaw Maine.
3 players.
But like it's really frustrating for me if you know, I bust a tournament and then I have to book a flight in order to get to my own bed. You know,
That sucks. Yeah. So obviously you don't plan any kind of coming home at all. Check.
Wow, big turn card here. Mr. Delivery picking up the top pair after checks through on the flop. He was pretty much just going to be done with this hand, and now going to be roped in a little bit against Spooky's top 2.
I mean, I'm not like done. I win overall.
Yeah, I can count cards, but they count too now. No shuffle.
Yeah, but like, yeah,
Drawing to a 6.
Yeah, or another queen, obviously. Oh no, that wouldn't do
No,
it.
no good.
Yeah, just a 6. You are correct.
I almost said the same thing. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Nope.
yeah.
Spooky got it locked up pretty much. Right on time for Melinda, who's watching from Frisco. It says, go Spooky.
So you want the more decks you have, the more variance you can get. So you can get a way bigger count. You're converting to true count anyway. So I mean, so like.
So, pretty monstrous bet here with the backdoor diamonds coming in.
I mean,
This could just be a fold for Mr. Delivery. I mean, he's playing queens and 6s with the jack kicker, and there's not a lot of natural bluffs that did not improve on the river. I mean, we'll see. He may just not have it in him to fold top pair, but I think this would be a pretty good spot to just let it go. Something like King 10, right, is like the meat of the bluffs. Mr. Delivery, of course, is thinking that right now in this moment, 15 minutes in the past, but he will let it go.
I think Spooky's saying he didn't see that there was a backdoor flush that got there. And he's like, oh, and I just threw those chips out there. But oh, he didn't show his hand? He didn't show his hand. Uh-oh, Melinda. That means he's got to keep his knit button. He's going to have to win another hand to get rid of that knit button.
That's right.
There's something about that seat. I swear that seat forgets often.
Yeah, I mean, Spooky's often in that seat, and Spooky often forgets. I think it's also just the player, but it might be to do with this spot. I don't know if anyone has even let him know that he.
Oh, they did, because I saw him give the bird to Bobby.
Oh, okay, okay.
He told Bobby he was number one.
All right, Z-Fish 3-betting the cutoff over Seth's open, and Seth is like, no.
50's not a bet.
Four-piece chicken McNugget this time. Z-Fish not deep either. He has no fold equity for the 5-bet jam. And really cannot be calling with a hand like this, even in position, as he has no depth. So he will let it go, and Seth will get to show down the King 9.
You blew your cover, and I thought you were rock. You open up a
Scott says, you blew your cover, man. I thought you were just a rock. Blew your cover. Well, the knit game kind of forces you to sometimes. Got to show your hand.
Well, and it's also not a bad thing, right? It's
right.
You're capable, and you'll get paid in some spots if the people think that, you know, you do a little bit of bluffing from time to time. Keep you honest.
Along with me.
Ray 75.
That's weird how they have 2 day 2s now. I almost played him today. Is today the day 2? No, yesterday.
Are you going to register straight into day
Ray,
two?
today day 2.
Now.
No, today's day three.
I almost went out
350s, right?
yesterday for
Yeah.
the day 2.
A lot of people do.
I figured I'd just skip a whole day of misery.
Honestly, you come in with 75 big blinds.
We should do that next year. Let's go day 2.
Go day 2 and enter, huh? Skip the day of misery.
Well, I'm telling you, I wish I would have done that this year, because I might have lasted longer in the tournament.
How many bigs would you start with? I thought I just heard them say 75.
Yeah. I
Really?
mean, beginning of day 2 is the 400, 800 level, and you start with 60K. So yeah, you've got a big pile of chips.
That's insane, because like our normal tournament structure here, when you get to 400, 800, it's like the 4th level, hour number 2.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's wild.
Don't have enough dealers for this.
50 to go.
I don't know exactly how it works. I've never registered for it.
Okay, here we go.
There you go.
50 to go.
Well, looks like David has made it to the table.
If you want to start right now, there's only 2 buttons now. 2 buttons. Otherwise, like, I don't know how we do it.
Oh, yeah, they still got the net game going, so he might have to wait a couple of hands.
25 is that.
Or you could just buy in and take a nip button.
900.
Yeah.
Get in on the action.
And how about call 900 3-bet after Bobby opens the 4-3. Scott puts in a big old 3-bet.
Yeah, and Scott doesn't have his nip button, so everyone knows that this is just going to be, you know, no messing around, and Scott will get it through right away.
Bobby says, I know what you got. You bully.
Straddle.
Bobby did indeed have 4 high. He ain't lying.
2,000 or how much? 2K? 22. He said he's 22.
All right, 2,200 for David coming in.
This is gonna
All right.
Playing short stack.
Which will be right there with Z-Fish and John, not too far off from their current stacks, so not just completely out chipped on the table.
He does get a button? Yeah. 50 straddle.
Now it's 800, yeah.
Now it is.
He's got A7. I was going to say, watch him just jam first hand. Get rid of his net button.
Well, he's going to raise to 200
Calls 200. I've done it before.
with the ace-7 offsuit and the low jack. Pretty old open, but yeah, basically just coming in and being like, oh, well, what are we playing? Nick game? Cool, I'll raise. And Z-Fish is going to go for it. Suited ace-3. Get these limpers out of here, these callers out of here.
And if David somehow YOLO'd it, the fact that he would have been in such good position against the ace-3 with an ace-7
Yeah.
would have been silly.
I mean, it's folded all the way back over to Seth, and he's trying to figure out if he should actually just be calling here ever for pure odd odds.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Little let's go baby from the Z-Fish.
Feels really good to get that through there. 5 players in the pot, and you just take it down for 1,000. Hell yeah.
So who's left now? We got David, Mr. Delivery, and damn it, Bobby over there in the 9 seat. No, and we got the 8 seat still in. So we do have 4. Yeah, not a bad time for David to get in. There were still 5, counting him. Last hand.
Yeah, I don't think I would ever sit down and start in the Nick game if less than half of the table was still involved. But when more than half, it doesn't feel so bad.
Check.
And what did I tell you? He's wearing that dadgum Sunny D hat.
Dad, gummit.
100 is a bet. John's standing card. 100 is a bet.
Mystery hand for John. There we go.
4 spades.
4 of spades, not the ace there. So queen is still top pair for John.
Seed 8 or 7. Calls on 3.
I'm Bobby.
Stab of 100 and a couple of callers. We go 3 ways to the river. 7 of spades, so John will win if we get to showdown.
I had an 8. I had pocket 8.
Yeah, straddle 50.
It's like, what can I do?
I mean, I had a set of queens.
All right, shout out to our buddy Danny Marks. He's playing in a bounty tournament right now with that crazy Cabral guy, Martin Cabral.
Oh, yeah.
Danny's got a couple of bounties already, and he said he watched Martin punt half his stack off, or most of his stack off, but he spun it back up. So still at the table with Mr. Martin Cabral, so hopefully we'll get some footage of that later from our buddy Danny.
Raised to 200.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough go in the main for Poker Mama and for Danny.
For Danny, yeah.
Yeah. But
Call. Heads up.
back in the mix. Best of luck out there, guys.
Yeah, I know they played in the tag team event too. I didn't see how they did in that. Were you able to see anything on that?
I don't remember. I mean, it's just a barrage of updates across all of the social media, so I don't remember that in particular. I think they had a pretty decent run at it, but I don't know if they got much more than a min cash or anything.
All right, Scott betting 700 with second pair. Z-Fish also with second pair. Top kicker though.
I think actually, if my brain serves me right, that they did actually make a pretty decent run. It wasn't anything like in the big money, but better than a min cash, maybe 3x min cash or something.
Wow. It went check, check, and just an instant jam for Z-Fish when that river 5 hit.
Come on. Don't do me like that.
Little table talk. Got Scott thinking about it a little bit, like, wait a minute.
No,
It's okay to pull. It's okay to pull.
I might have a.
Well, is all of this talking gonna somehow get Scott to make the?
Oh, it is! No way! No!
Yeah, Scott trying to find a bluff in the range there, but is going to be paying it off for a pretty good chunk.
Yeah, such a huge turn for Z-Fish's hand, and plays it tricky, and then just weird, just insta jam on the river. Just super fast action, and then went into the little kind of squirrely, hiding in his shirt, and a little table talk, and got a call there.
I got lucky. I think he had like 10 grand. Yeah. Call me like. I thought you were right. You did? Come on, Scott. You pay no respect, man. You serious?
Oh, man.
50 straddle.
He didn't want respect there. Did not want respect there.
Yeah, Lucas, Scott, and I talked about that crazy AB jersey. And I was like, man, that's an interesting jersey. He's like, man, he's the best. And he is funny as hell, but he is facing some serious charges right now after supposedly popping off some shots in Vegas.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, I didn't even hear about that.
Yeah.
Wow, David goes all in with 9s. Blind v blind, or straddle v straddle, and gets rid of his nip button. So we're down to 3. It's going to be Benham, Bobby, and Steven still working in the nit game.
50 straddle. 700. Seat 1 is adding 700.
All right, Scott's going to add a few more chippies to his stack.
Calls 125. Calls.
We've had the nit game going. I haven't had any talk about the 7 deuce game. I did just see that hand folded.
4 players.
Yeah, certainly not as popular these days.
Check.
That's Queen 7 going to miss everyone. Ace high. No, the pair of 5, excuse me, for Bobby is the best hand.
Look at that. Still on fire.
And Bobby had a nip button, so he gets rid of that easy peasy. Down to heads up we are.
John taught me how to play those.
Benham and Mr. Delivery, who I think is hanging around. There he is. Okay. I see a foot.
Save me 3,000.
Straddle.
Yeah, definitely can't be missing any hands in the nit game. Mr. Delivery will not do so. So he steps back from a text.
Best advertisement ever for this.
200 is the raise. Full call.
A little bit dangerous, perhaps, to be opening into Mr. Delivery and
Raise to 900.
Venom in the blind and straddle,
C4.
as very unlikely that you're just going to get like no resistance with the King 10-0. I think it's still fine to open it from time to time, but yeah, it's John who wakes up with the queens and 3-bets to take it down.
He been playing on the road too much, man. They got,
I get aces every hand.
jacked up.
I have aces every fucking hand. I mean, it looked like aces basically was it.
Basically, huh?
Queen.
Queen,
Oh,
kings, ace,
you
king.
see that card?
I legit have
Card got stuck in there and it was trying to expose itself, but Z-Fish
and that's crazy.
caught it before it did.
That's what I'm saying. And they're holding up, and nobody's cracking it.
Except for somebody can think a fucking queen on the river on the second board.
Well,
200 is the raise.
David's got the button here, and he's got another
race.
No,
unsuited ace.
No, not really. 45, 55.
Okay. I'll take that 5%.
Pretty painful to fold the 8-6 suited there for Steven, but he does let it go, and Venom quickly follows suit, so not in any danger of losing the net game immediately. And just like that, we'll move on to the next hand, and Steven will have the button, so this is his best opportunity to do some work. All right, you better check your points again there, my man. Get yourself up to 4. So I'm going to throw in another gamble.
I can barely hide my disappointment if
Most
one won.
everybody's got it on. Straddle. But it is only fair on delivery buttons. Straddle 50. We got to handicap you somehow, buddy. Fold. It's unfair.
So there is Zach, who else? Psycho, who else? Anime?
Cashman, Mallory still.
Oh, that's a bad roll.
Oh, she busted?
Yeah.
I think Danny Marks is still in.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
My understanding is yes.
150 is the raise. Grumpy still
Oh, I
in.
remember that name.
He's still in, right? Yeah.
He goes by Grumpy, but he's like the
All in on CD.
The peeler again?
Yeah, yeah.
Venom all in, ace-9 suited over the open from Steven on the button. Yeah, that is going to get the job done.
The 1975
Pay out, buddy.
can't compete.
Actually.
shit, I might have called.
Yeah, you know,
Pay
yeah.
attention to the
Hey,
game.
7 high. I'd probably save me money. Probably save me money.
800, buddy.
But you can do it
eight
two or
now.
one. You can do one or two if you want.
Two spots.
You can do 2 or 1.
Rip it.
Rip it for 800. All right, there's the knit game penalty, 800 for Mr. Delivery.
I think 9s are better odds.
I was going to save you on this one.
Straddle 50.
It sounded like he mentioned that Miss Malpal may have
Guys.
gone busto in the main event. I hadn't seen that, but I hope that's not true. But
Yeah, bro.
That's really why.
good run making it to day 3 and having some fun out there, Miss Mallory.
But yesterday he was 15 or something like that. 50 straddle.
Our friend that used to play on our stream quite a bit, the young buck, Christopher Cashman,
400.
and he's been playing in big games all over the world, but decided to give the little tournament bug a try, and he's such a solid player. He can really pick up any game. He's made a nice run as well, so shout out to Chris Cashman.
Don't get paid the price. The chances are better.
I agree. Oh my god.
Been them all in again, Aaron.
You guys are fucking maniacs.
Wow.
Let's see if Rana can channel some good luck
10% off.
to Mr. Benham,
No, just kidding.
who is all in for the 3rd time.
That's good. How many people did you have to Okay.
And Mr. Delivery's going, that's 800 of my dollars out there, plus 400. 1,200 bucks out there, and he's like, son of a gun.
It's still fun to have a splash.
Now Spooky with a decision.
60, 80, blunders, 60,
Lets it go. Well played, Mr. Benham.
Sexy.
Yeah, confirmed Malpal Busto. Got it in
Dadgummit.
good with the jacks and
Like the nuts, did you?
queen through to the river, and it's a king up against king queen.
Son of a biscuit eater.
Yeah, good run, Malpal.
Good run, Mal. And if y'all are wondering, who the heck are we talking about? Well, that is our lovely friend, Miss Mallory.
50
There she is. She's the one who puts these lineups together. Even when she's out there playing in the main, she still was able to get together a great lineup for us. If you want to play on Tuesday nights here at TCH Dallas, send her some info. You can scan that QR code or send her a text. Catch her on the socials, Mallory Poker on Instagram.
Eventually, somebody gonna call you.
All right, a little bit of a squeeze opportunity there for Seth, perhaps. Just going to call King Jack of Hearts, and a couple players with an ace. Bobby, though, top 2 pair, far and away the favorite here.
David can't help himself. He's going to bet it with the Jack 10. One club.
500.
And here comes the hammer.
500.
Mallory's out.
Relatively modest raise here from Bobby, but is going to get exactly what he wants, a call from Spooky. And the front door clubs coming in here could slow things down a little bit, as neither player going to feel particularly excited about that.
It's not fun. It's not fun. No. I'll swap 10 for your 20.
Check, check we go. No player with a club, so still the 2 pair working for Bobby.
Is the thrill? No, come on. Is the thrill?
But he's going to turn his hand into a bluff. Well, okay, he's going to bet less than quarter pot. I suppose he's still going to try to just get called by
I think
Ace X, no club,
Call.
and it works.
Yeah.
2 pairs.
I think what sucks is on the breaks, the food situation. That doesn't yeah.
Wow, nice value there for Bobby. Let's go.
The problem is that there's just so many in such little time frame that like it's hard.
Bobby's healthy night continues. He's up 11K. Hand 69, up 11K.
And he may as well have taken it all from Benham because he's down 11K himself. Everyone else in between there.
So you didn't like that?
No, I almost quit while I was in the money.
Which event was this? The main?
Yeah.
Almost
Raise,
quit while he was in the
125.
money.
It is a
While in
grind.
the money, he almost
And I'm
quit.
old, like I don't sleep very
It's a grind.
So that I hit, man. Like the time that really money comes down by the end of the day, and you gotta.
I mean,
stop
sure,
around
yeah. Obviously, you're happy to
next day.
keep it going, but it's
That's
just,
the
man,
worst.
it's like,
I'm like you, I can't sleep.
Especially when you short stack and they're just whirling you.
Call.
or whatever your stack
Coffee and
situation
stuff to
is.
stay
It's
awake for the 13 hours you're playing.
tournament poker, everything's
players.
constantly
So high,
changing.
yeah.
Action.
Like,
Check,
you gotta
check.
be on your toes. You gotta be thinking. If you really want to shot, you gotta be paying
150
attention.
should bet.
There is a third player. John is in the hand.
You go to the
New people
bathroom,
you
come
never played
back,
with.
shit'll be gone.
You've only got
gotta go
limited
find
time to
out what
figure
your
out what they're about.
chips
So
are.
it's like,
Yeah, pick you up and
Yeah.
leave you.
So graphics will get caught up.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
No notice, nothing.
John also landing a 4.
Check.
No, I want to do it. I think it's a one. I gotta do it once. Yeah.
Check.
Sometime
Check.
experience.
See a winner?
If I don't do it now, I don't think I'll ever do it.
The older you get.
They both said 4. Benham was afraid to show. He said, "What's your kicker?"
They're nuts.
I mean, it is playing, so
Right.
it counts. The 5, not so much.
Steven, you had action on tackle?
The only hand you beat is mine.
Well, he busted.
Beer level?
Sounds like our buddy Zach Barron also is no longer in the tourney. Dadgummit. Want somebody, one of our friends. I don't know if Miss Jessica Richardson is still in or any of our other friends that have been playing. Fireman Scott, some of the other TCH ambassador folks. Have to check on them, but like you said, there's been so much coming across my social media with people posting their updates. Hard to keep track.
Unfortunately, Jess out earlier today.
Dadgum.
Every hand is like, and they're taking the ass off.
I'm just now seeing hers. She did bag day 3. Now she's playing in a 3K turbo. Go get him, Jess.
Yeah, she already busted that too.
She, God dang it.
All right, Jacks versus Tens as Venom here, the big favorite. Spooky will make the call. We go heads up to the flop. Ace, king, king, 2 tone.
325.
Yeah.
And yeah, you just really don't beat anything here if you're Spooky, even for the small continuation.
This still makes MTG poker kids play. If you're following the tax
It was going to give it some thought, though, and looks to be lining up a raise, potentially. And wow, there it is. Spooky puts on a clinic and punishes Venom here. And shows him the tens. Venom's like, oh no, the one hand I can beat. What are you doing check raising me?
And it's funny because it was Bobby that predicted his hand. He said, oh, king, queen, you know, I know what you had. And he's like, no, I'm going to show it. I got 2 10s, sucker.
Oh, man.
And Venom gets to see it, and he's like, ah.
Like basically right now, I would be even if I'm even 50 to go Spooky. Because you got every single bet you made. 125 is the bet. You pay 90%.
Well, as of an hour ago, we had flash flooding over in Mesquite, Texas, just east of us. So be careful, folks, if you're out there on the roads.
125 is called.
Mother Nature, go home. You are drunk.
But that's, you know.
But if you gamble 7 or 8 million a year,
Yeah.
that man's
And then how much you really gamble?
It's the juice. They're basically
They're
booking.
taking the juice, yeah. They're taking the
literally,
juice.
they
They're
are.
taking the juice. They're basically taking the juice.
government turns into draft games.
Yeah, the government took the juice. The government literally just goes like, oh.
And honestly, we should be lucky it's not 30%.
Well,
They can do whatever they want.
No players talking about the crazy little
but yeah, they're basically taking the
thing that got slipped into the silly bill that affects poker players.
It doesn't fuck you if you.
I'm not reporting none of this shit.
You gotta win first. That's the
Yeah,
first step.
that's exactly right.
well, even if you break even,
Yeah, you can
you break
buy
even.
in for $100
I think
million.
after Bill done, they started.
You can lose $1 million.
You owe 100K. You owe 100K left.
That is
It's kind of like the demo thing. You know, they were putting fear in us. Oh my God, they're coming. They're going to look at everything. Hey,
They ain't looking at you.
same thing with the IRS. You know, from the part that I sold.
Bobby really putting himself out there.
I'm adding 130.
Well, the guy who put it in the bill, 3,900. 5 is adding 39 for church. And it's like,
Okay, so can you now?
All right, we passed over the 2-hour mark. Still about 142 of y'all watching. Thank y'all again. I know we've got folks watching on Twitch and Kick, over there on X as well. The almighty YouTubes, of course.
125 is the bet now.
Definitely help us out. Share the link to the stream with your friends, whether you're streaming on YouTube or some of those other platforms. Give us a like and hit subscribe. We definitely have a lot of great content. We stream at all of our locations, most of our locations. Houston, down in Austin, and the Rio Grande Valley does a stream as well. So shout out to all of our colleagues.
Right? And then you play another session and you win. Technically, this loss is only worth 90%. Check.
Well, there's pretty much a TCH live stream every day of the week. Of course, we do Tuesday nights cash games here and a lot of tournaments on the weekends.
So at the end of the year, that compounds to shit. And the number will become very huge.
I saw a tweet. It's so funny. It was like, how do I explain to the IRS that life is one long session?
All right, Z-Fish getting a little crazy with the 7-6.
Every single bet would be technically, but nobody's going to be recording.
Now we have the battle of
Exactly. Yeah.
the Bluffs.
The truth is,
10 high, currently good. And Benham goes all in with 10-9.
Yeah, of course. Yes,
I didn't say you needed it. I just asked if you had it.
Looky there. Who says you need cards in this game? Nice play there for Benham. And speaking of tournaments, some of the stuff going on around the state of Texas, we've got a big series coming up down at the new TCH Social in Austin, the Summer Series. They are guaranteeing over $600,000 in prizes. 16 trophy events. That's going to start a week from today, July 15th, going through the 28th. They're also doing a Player of the Series award. They're giving away a total of $25,000. The top prize is going to be $10,000. So if you're somebody who fires and acquires points for all of your deep runs and all those tournaments, you have a shot at an extra $10K. But it's going to be a great time, and that room down there is just gorgeous up in the northwest Austin area. I'm going to try my damnedest to get down there and hop in at least one event. Finally say I've checked out that new room. But I've seen pictures, and it is just beautiful. Everybody that's played down there has said it is just the nuts.
What does that mean? We're moving to the Bahamas or something? The problem is you check every country.
These two players have played a lot of hands against each other tonight. Mr. Delivery and Spooky.
Yeah, all French pros did it, either in Malta, Dubai, France. Back in the day, it was
Spooky's kind of just had Mr. Delivery's number, but it's really just been the card distribution so far.
Nowhere to hide.
Even if you leave, you're still U.S.
You're still 5/50 of that.
Yeah, that's true.
I just don't think
You gotta go.
Mr. Delivery's going to go ahead and overbet the pot now.
You're not gonna like.
And good job there. Gets the better hand to fold. Well done.
Thank you. But straddle 50%.
I read. I mean, I don't know how true this is. I read that they didn't even know what they were doing.
They don't.
They were just like, oh, well,
No, they just think they're taking.
It just doesn't like make any sense.
No, they don't know what they're doing.
All right, I got a cup of Joe. I needed a little pick-me-up. Did I miss anything?
Nothing too crazy. Spooky and Mr. Delivery just got involved in a little small pot, but
Every game is 50.
it was the battle of nothings, and Mr. Delivery took the lead and took one down. You actually did miss a board that was king, queen, queen, king on the turn, and it was Z-Fish and Benham who were holding 7-6, and Benham was holding 10-9. Z-Fish bet on the turn when the board double paired, and the 10-9 ripped it right in his face, took it down. So it was the battle of the bluffs there. Surprised Benham didn't kind of spike that one down over at Z-Fish, but he was bluffing with the best of it with 10 high.
Got him.
Got him.
Because we were running late. 125 I just walked up and I had a shit ton of money. And it's like, you know, and they just overheard me saying like, oh, I got you 20, I got this kid. And they're like, who's that for? Like, oh, I'm just getting shit from my buddy. We're running late. Alright, hustling. They like shut the shit down. Wait a minute.
No laundry money here, bro.
I'm like, Jesus Christ.
No, but that's all.
Yeah, I know.
Z-Fish going to show up at the river with the best hand here. And Spooky going to try to take the ace high to showdown.
Yeah, his hand definitely should be winning a fair portion of the time. And so this relatively chunky size here, a little over 2/3, call it 3/4 pot from Z-Fish, might just get paid off here.
I thought he might, because he just had to fold an ace high in a similar spot against Mr. Delivery, but he decides to make the fold, and this time it was correct. But yeah, I wouldn't have doubted the decision there if he did make that call.
Yeah, you are going to have plenty of other hands, you know, one pair, sort of small pairs and such, so you don't need to be calling that wide. I like the fold, but I wouldn't have been surprised to see it, that's for sure.
Yeah, let's just flip it off.
So even if you win in the millions, they give you an option, huh?
Straddle 50.
Knit game back on. Here we go.
And that when you in the big. 50 straddle.
But I'm not paying it forward.
I'm not.
I'm going back to
I'm going back.
giving
I'm
it to my
figuring-
accountant
Fuck
and I'm
yeah.
gonna say,
Yeah.
see what you can do with this.
100%. 50. Yeah.
Raise
So we're gonna find some
125.
shit, You know.
I gotta find a little bit of
I
help.
mean, at
You
least
have
travel
chip shop?
out. I mean, yeah. Like, look at me.
For like 3K.
We got to the end of the fiscal year, you know, you can do a lot of things.
Man, you got a problem, call Randy, man.
125.
Tell you
All right, raise to 125 from John. Bobby will make the call. Scott will make the call. 3 ways to flop all reds in the holdings. Pair of kings for John. Still checking. John here perhaps with an opportunity to make a bet at this, but he is going to give another free card, and we'll get a bet out of Bobby here, who has 8 high.
Slams it down and says, nuts.
It kinda is, isn't it?
Might as well have been the nuts there, Bobby.
4 cards there.
Straddle 50.
They said, I learned this last night on TV, they said, if you can't win a hand, you can't survive.
He saw it on TV, Aaron.
50 straddle.
Well, he's a quick learner. Let's go.
That's right. If you can't win with your hand at Showdown, you got to bluff. That is the gospel.
That's how it works.
Raise 250.
60% of the time, it works. Every time.
You're goddamn right.
Get in there.
Bobby's got him some chirping chips now. He says, get in there, boy.
Shit, he's had chirping chips for a long time, man. That guy is chirping every time.
3 players.
60% of the time.
Check.
Yeah, I
Check.
Going to be tough for anyone to make a pair here, but Bobby doesn't need one.
put every casino out of
No, it's gonna hurt them really bad.
Yeah, it's gonna be terrible.
It's really bad for casinos because they actually have to report. So like for me, when I lived in Vegas,
250 is the bet. Folds.
at the end of the year, they send my statement. Yeah.
So they're gonna lose all their black.
I mean, any gamble, any gamble, it makes it really hard.
I already got rid of my nickel.
Yeah, they're talking about this change that is in that bill that just got passed, taxing us all a little bit more as professional gamblers. And yeah, it's going to put a lot of us out of business.
And betting,
Yeah, and I saw that when you went on the break, and I hadn't seen the message from you that you were going on break, so I was kind of talking to myself for a second before I realized you were gone. But they were doing a little bit of that talk earlier, just, who is the random person that just randomly just decided to slip that in? And every year they love to slip something in, but that's got to be one of the most just odd slip-ins. It really, when you look at it, there's nothing fair about it. It's just, it makes no sense. And just goes to show you that neither side reads what's in most of this crap half the time, and you just take it in the tailpipe.
Yeah, I mean,
until we can get somebody to overturn it at some point.
yeah, I mean, you look at something like that, and you might say it's just some random thing and whatever. All of these bills, like, let's be honest, right? Like, without going too far down the rabbit hole, like the
For
little
sure.
snippets and the pieces that end up getting put into these have been on somebody's desk on some lobbyist's list for who knows how long, just hoping to squeak it into something, right? And I mean, who knows where that's coming from, but it got put in there. There was a definite intention behind it,
For sure.
and it is absolutely savage for people that play this game full time because you're lumped in there with every other gambler, whatever, right? Like, and it doesn't matter if you're just like a casual gambler or you do it full time. The fact that you can only write off 90% of your losses is insane. I mean, you can be taxed when you didn't have a winning year. That's insane. That shouldn't happen.
No, never. All right, here we go. Big ol' all-in pre Ace King versus the Queens. They are going to run it twice.
Really good start here for David as he's 1 card away from keeping his stack. And it does get rid of an extra out there, so that's good news for Z Fish, who just needs to hold on the second run out. So far, so good, and no ace, no king, so chop it up.
Choppy, choppy. And he's trying to get rid of his knit button, and I guess because he won the first board,
Yeah,
he
David
gets
will
to do
do
that. Yeah. On a normal hand where they would chop because they had the same hand, you know, you don't get to get rid of it. But when you run it twice on an all-in and you win the first one, that's usually the agreement. But yeah, good start for Mr. David there.
If it was Scott,
He is down just a little bit.
But yeah, the comment from John, I think it was saying that the casinos are going to lose a lot of business. I think that's absolutely true. I mean, certainly all of the professional gamblers from whatever ilk they are, you know, whether it's poker or sports betting or whatever, I mean, they're going to have to completely rethink the way that they do business, because for a lot of us, right, it's about volume. You put in a lot of volume and you get a relatively modest ROI on all of your tournament buy-ins or whatnot. And it's because you played, you know, 300K in tournaments that year that your 15% ROI actually turns into something. Well, you take 10% of that right off the top, and then, like, and you may not, and that's obviously an average ROI, right? Like, you may have had a losing year, but you don't get to write it all off. So not only did you lose, but you also get taxed on whatever that difference is. It's absolutely insane.
I mean, we can team up if you want.
I mean, yeah, they are going to lose a lot of business. So it's what, within the next year, now the lobbying effort goes the other way. Now we have to repeal this part of the law. Like, is that really going to happen? Nobody knows.
Yep. Did see that there's already some pushback, so we'll see what happens with that. But here's another big hand for Scott. Got the ace-9 to fold already. Mr. Delivery at bet 250. Scott coming in with a big old raise up to 1,200.
Yeah, and really not that much behind if the graphics on screen are correct. Mr. Delivery just nowhere near getting a price. He's just going to kind of posture a little bit, I guess.
Wow, oh my god. On fire, man. Unstoppable.
Yeah, Scott definitely did have a little bit more than what it shows on screen there. I think it's maybe off by 1,000 question mark, but nonetheless, not deep enough to try to hunt a gut shot.
All right, Handsome Andy join us. Says hi AA run and EBL. And reminds everybody that y'all know what time it is. Smash that like button, you filthy animals, says Handsome Andy, of course, not me. His words. I think you guys and gals are all lovely animals.
Just the best.
Whether you're filthy or not.
250s to raise.
Definitely feel like we had a misread there. I don't think Scott is folding Queen Jack suited on the button with a limp in front, but we're going to continue on. And yeah, the immediate misread on Seth's hand, I think he may have the queen or the jack of diamonds. Z-Fish, though, going to put in a three-piece 9-8 suited from the big blind. Back over to Seth. Does he want to play out of position here with something like a suited Broadway?
Yeah, I imagine he might want to get spicy with a Jack-10 of diamonds if that's what he's holding.
Yeah, Jack-10 or Queen-10 really can definitely play here. And wow, what a flop here. Top pair for Z-Fish and a very probable flush draw. 2 overcards for Seth. Definitely a board that does not favor Z-Fish. He's not going to have any of these sets. So yeah, he's going to check it back, and the board gets a little bit more connected. Any 7 makes a straight. Seth here really shouldn't have much of this either, although the pocket 8s, pocket 6s, 5s, right, are certainly more likely for him. And he will take a stab.
600, excuse me.
1/3 pot from out of position. Z-Fish still top pair with a gutty. He will not be going anywhere, but does not want to blow up this pot, so 600 it shall be in just a moment.
There you go.
And a red card, but not a diamond on the end, so if Seth does indeed have the queen or the jack of diamonds, he's whiffed this and going to need to bluff if he wants to try to get this through. If he has the king of diamonds, this wouldn't be a terrible spot for a tiny little block, but he is going to just give it up. Yeah, busted diamonds, and there is the pair of 8s.
And gets rid of the knit button. Nice hand there for Z-Fish.
You know, people have talked about, just to harp on this a little bit more, people have talked about this concept of like taxing capital gains, like unrealized capital gains, which is sort of a kind of a wild concept. The whole not allowing gamblers to write off all of their losses up to, of course, the total of their winnings is roughly the same thing. It's just like, it's just a tax, and it's pretty wild. I mean, I think a lot of us who are tuned in watching this fine show will recognize just how painful this is going to be if it sticks around. So
Absolutely. You know, punishing people, which a lot of us just think taxes are in general, almost a form of punishment. But when it's off something that you aren't even profitable on, that's very troubling.
yeah,
You're allowed to do as a free country what you want with your money, but it's like, oh, by the way, you didn't make money, and we're still going to punish you. Because at some point you won, but even though you can prove that you lost, we're still going to tax you on that. I mean, it's just, foot in mouth, just head up ass, whatever you want to say about some of these folks. It just makes no sense at all. So,
yeah,
one of those issues that no matter where you stand on a lot of things, hopefully we could all get on the same page and, call your local rep if that's something that's going to affect you. Definitely suggest doing that.
yeah.
Ari Herbertson joining us and says, good luck, Dad. There's Dad getting some camera time right there. Shouting out Mr. Scott in the 1 seat.
125 is a raise.
Ari,
Yes.
remind us who Scott's card protector is tonight. I know it's Pokemon related, I think. What is that purple-looking monster that Scott's rocking tonight? I'm clueless, man.
The purple-looking monster. That's
Scott's
what his
Scott's
name
the,
is, man.
Scott's the kick-ass dad. Takes the kids to all kinds of cool stuff. I see on his Instagram. He's taking the kiddo to some of these cool card shows. I bet Ari knows.
All right, looks like we got some more misreads. But John putting in a 3-bet 550 to go from the small blind, starting with right around 3,000. And Bobby will make the call. Ace-6 of spades in position. 1 spade in the window, nothing behind it here for Bobby. And John rescans his cards. He's got the ace-10 of diamonds, so neither player has connected.
350 is a bet.
I'm gonna get to see it anyhow. You got like 4s.
Still winning, right?
All right, I got it. I don't know how to pronounce it though. Gengar
I had hang 2 times in a row.
Okay.
is a Pokemon species in the Nintendo and Game Freak's Pokemon media franchise. Height 4'11". Its abilities are having a cursed body and it can levitate. I don't know what any of this shit means, man. Super effective against Psychic, Fairy, and Grass. Yeah, I'm lost.
It's super effective.
Raise 125. Calls on 3. Calls.
Ooh, Bobby ace king here under the gun makes it 125. Z-Fish will just call the ace 3 suited. That'll bring in a whole bunch of players. We're going to go 5 ways to a flop.
Check, check.
And king high, Bobby and Benham both going to connect with the top pair.
Hey, I'm all for self-deprecating humor. You guys laugh all you want. I am not hip like I once was.
John starting up and down with a backdoor flush draw is going to pick up a pair. Not really what he had in mind. It gets a spade 1 too late, but ace king here will finish as the best hand.
Yeah, Benham improving to kings and sevens. Queen kicking now, so he gets to eliminate that 3 kicker. But Bobby's got the big boy kicker.
And just a tickle of the pot here, only 300. John is trying to figure out if his 10 is ever good, or if he should ever be raising, perhaps, turning the 10 into a bluff. I think certainly the better of the 2 options between raise and call.
Benham gets the bad news.
Benham's up against it tonight, just keeps showing down second best.
Yeah, and it's typically right there on his left. Mr. Bobby.
I didn't want to pull the queen. I know. I know. I'm losing. It's just like, how do you pull the 300 there?
50 saddle, guys.
I couldn't come up with any hand that I could beat.
All right, Benham down 12.5. So started off down a buy-in, then down 2. Now he's down 2.5. So gonna need to see things turn around here pretty quick to make a recovery. But as we all know, it is definitely a real possibility in a game like this.
Raise 125. Call.
Yeah, all of the figures that that Scott brings are pretty entertaining. Love the South Park ones for sure. Bottom pair here for Bobby, the best hand at the moment.
150 is the back.
Looks like Steven needs a coffee of his own. He's got the yawns. Checks through, ace on the turn, brings in straight and flush opportunities for Benham.
425 is the back.
And a half pot size wager will get the job done. Bobby hates getting bluffed no matter how weak his hand was. Like, I had you beat. Damn it. Yeah, there's a pair of 3s for 4th pair. No chance to improve. Ooh, South Park characters bringing bad juju. Yeah, I mean, Scott has been on a little bit of a rough run, that is for sure. I don't know if it's the fault of the South Park characters or just a little bit of cold deck, but Gengar not really doing anything too great here this evening, although Scott not down that much. right, the open to 75 getting called in multiple spots. We're going to go 4 ways. Seth, the pre-flop aggressor, and wow, top trips versus Spooky's King 5 here. The makings of a cooler. Z-Fish even has a piece of this with the pair of 3s on board.
100 is bet. Fold.
Mr. Delivery gonna float. 9-7 offsuit here. Just gonna sort of see what develops, and wow, he's gonna pick up a pair as well. The 7 on the turn. Drawing dead.
Check, check.
Now Seth gonna go into check mode. Really gonna give some rope over to Mr. Delivery, who probably went from a place where he's like, oh, I'll just float on the button, see what develops, and maybe I can bluff later in the hand. Well, now he's got showdown value. So he'll check it back. And Spooky now, after seeing check, check on the turn, he's going to have to put chips in the pot. Try to build this up for himself with the trips, no kicker.
550 is a little bit.
Yeah, they no kicker. The 5 is actually kicking. He's playing 3 kings, 7, and 5, so he will not be any king except for king deuce. And now over to Seth. Pretty much only hands you're worried about are small pairs that found a boat, either on the turn or the river. So yeah, here comes the raise.
1500.
And Steven's like, oh, well, maybe I don't have showdown value. Look at this action.
Until we realize it's a card read error and he's got pocket 7s, which would suck.
Yeah, not really possible, given the fact that he checked back the turn. So, yeah, he's just always going to be betting that. But yeah, here's another cooler. This time it goes against Spooky, and Spooky, who started off super hot, buying in for 3,500 and was up like 2x immediately, is now just about back down to where he started the day.
Absolutely. And it was the exact opposite for Speedy Seth over there. There we go, our V-Pips. I don't know if that's the first time they've shown up, but Spooky getting dealt some pretty good cards, though, too. But his V-Pip has been pretty high tonight. Nobody under the Mendoza line, the 20% line.
50 straddle.
Yeah, everybody playing a pretty good amount of hands, but we are getting down to the wire as far as the net game goes. Once again, Steven has one. It shows David having one, but he got rid of his in that big flip, ace-king versus queens. So it's Spooky with a net button, and beautiful hand on the button.
When is the next big TCH? One of those big events.
It starts in August, September. Yeah.
August till September.
There's Poker Alice and then there's Trailblazer after that. Heads up.
Wow, are you kidding me? Look at this flop for Spooky.
Beginning of?
I think it's September. It's either August, September, or September, October. One of those. But it's coming up.
Steven here certainly rooting for Bobby, but despite Bobby making the call here, he is up against it. And no heart on the turn to give him that out.
And he's going to rip it.
No chance. No chance.
Yeah, 2.3x pot, but just going to power it through. Shows the top 2, and Steven is once again the nit.
On the hook for another nit game.
Last hand, I almost.
Well, dadgum.
We'll see.
I stepped away, but I'm just now catching up with Bill and Ari's conversation. The South Park characters have not been good to Scott lately, but I will say I'm partial to Big Gay Al, and as promised, I don't know how I'll get you guys to see this. I'll send the pictures to Scott, but that will be my Halloween costume this year. I'm gonna dress up as Big Gay Al, and we're gonna have a big gay time. It's gonna be fun, and hopefully we'll do our employee Halloween live stream, and everybody will get to see it.
That's epic, man.
It's
I
gonna be
can't wait.
super. Thanks for asking.
All right, so $800 splash pot. We've got some $50 limps coming across. And no punishers yet. Scott, though, ace-5 of diamonds. He will do the punishing. Oh, excuse me. Bobby raised to 400 first. Scott going to 3-bet to 1,500.
Back to Bobby.
Oh, yeah. You show for foul? Yeah.
He always will show.
Queen, queen. The 50 had me beat.
Attaboy, Scott.
He was ace-5.
I think he was planning on showing. Yeah, everybody knows it was ace-5, but I think he was planning on showing both. But when somebody said, "Oh, he always shows," he just shows the 5. Well done, Scott.
I thought I'd give you a little needle with a car.
I mean, yeah.
What's going on, Jedi?
Straddle 50.
Indeed.
I see what you do.
I need to call that. 50 straddle.
He's a cycle like
I'm gonna catch you. That's twice he's done it to me.
I almost did.
I mean, he still had me beat.
I had a 7. I'm winning. Raise 150.
Well, Steven is he's going to try to win a pot whether he has a nit button or not. And so far, so good. He's up against an under pair, but now John has a big pair.
And a big old grenade on his shirt.
Yeah, purples or whites, I guess I should say.
I'll take it.
Yeah, 700 here. A nice little squeeze size from John in the straddle. And as much as you'd like to continue in position here, I think John just really doesn't have that much behind. You got to put another 550 in. It's borderline. We'll see how Steven responds, but my take is fold here.
Good discipline fold. Seen Steven make a couple of those tonight. He's not pressing.
Oh, he wants to take off a flop.
Together, you know, we can solve.
Oh,
And
is that a 6-high flop?
it does look that way.
Is it 4-5-6 or 4-3-6? Let's see if we get the camera view. If it's 4-5-6, this could get a little dicey. 3-4-6. There we go. So it's a gutter.
800 is back. They're probably raise
All in. Oh goodness.
Z-Fish piles it. I mean, yeah.
Twice.
But John is like, yeah, okay, all right.
Can the ladies hold? 2 turns, 2 rivers.
Queens are good.
Wait, he's not. No.
Oh,
just 2. Oh, yes, yeah. So you already burned? Yeah, I already got the burn out. Yep.
There you go, Johnny.
Redraw the pole.
And
Hello, ladies.
a boat.
The ladies hold in a big old 35-45 in profit going John H's way. Nice hand there.
John's just gotten like queens, kings, aces, played them really fast. Everyone's kind of ribbed him about him having big hands, but this time Z-Fish not only calling pre to play out of position with sevens and then launches it. Yeah, it's pretty fortunate to be getting paid right here. I will say that much.
He has like 1,000 more.
All right, let's take another look at profit and loss here. Benham's still down the most, stuck 12. Scott has worked his way back up a little bit, but still down 775. Spooky on up to Bobby, the biggest winner, still up over 10K. Feels good. And David still has a knit button from 18 years ago.
And so does Mr. Delivery. Get that red dot away.
I literally, like, you can say how many times he fought me dead. Like,
You have to show 4 or 5. He has like something weird.
no, he knows I'll call off.
Raise 225. Full fold. 350 more there, John. 15 for you. Think. 225 is bet.
Do they have the song playing like on repeat?
I've heard it. Which one is it?
3 ways to a flop, single raised pot, and 7 immediately in the window here for Scott. Flopping bottom set. And I believe that's king, queen, 7. So
Yeah.
top pair for Spooky and bottom end of a gut shot for Benham.
It is a rainbow. Let's see how Scott proceeds. That'd be a full house.
Checks. 1,400 is bet.
Nearly full pot.
14.
Doesn't make a ton of sense for Scott to have many queens as he barrels into 2 opponents on king high board, but doesn't really matter as no one can resist given their holdings, and he'll show down the 7s as he drags the pot. Nice hand.
And that is going to get him back into the green where he was earlier.
Let's go Gengar.
That's right. Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, sure.
All right, Gengar.
Straddle 50.
Yeah, how do you like?
50 straddle.
They got king queen. Right.
Fold. Raise 125.
Like a 9. I fold.
125.
We are approaching the 3-hour mark. Thank y'all again for joining us on a Tuesday night here at TCH Live. Streaming out of Dallas, Texas. I'm Eric Van Loosen and joined by Aaron Money McAvoy down there in Austin.
That's right.
150 is a bet. Call.
I did put up the graphic, Aaron, and I'll put it up again to remind folks that you guys have a big series coming at TCH Social down in Austin. A week from today.
Sure do, yeah. It is coming up, and it is going to be banging. We've got 2 weeks of fantastic tournaments with a 25K Player of the Series Leaderboard Challenge. So the winner of that going to take home $10,000 for accumulating the most points across the full series. And the runners-up and those folks, close behind will also be getting a little piece of that 25K added prize. And not to mention, or not to forget, pardon me, we've got 600,000 plus in guaranteed prize pools. Once again, running from the 15th through the 28th.
16 trophy events, so get some of that mantle material to go with it. Pretty cool series coming up just a week from today down there at TCH Social in Austin.
50 straddle. Fold.
I think Caleb's in Vegas too. I think he was going to play in, but I don't know if he's actually playing it or still in or.
Raise 500.
Raise from Scott with the Queen Jack, and on the button now, Z-Fish going to 3-bet, not fold, as the graphic said there.
Straddle 50.
And Scott did not win that. There we go. Graphics will catch up here shortly. Here we go. And boom, there you go. Z-Fish takes it down.
He respects your game enough that you are.
I've never seen you bluff.
I think it's actually 50 straddle.
When was the last time you saw that? When do I ever do that?
Hobby or something?
You serious? I can't tell you the really, it's really bad. Your acting's not up there.
Raise 150.
Like, usually when people do that, they're nuts.
150.
And you like the opposite. You know? Like,
They put the
seriously, right?
They put the reverse.
Raise.
I think Scott's reliving that hand earlier, saying, "I've never seen you bluff, Z-Fish." It's always a bluff when somebody does that, though. The way he acted so quickly and just jammed on that river. Yeah, without that hand, Scott would be having a hell of a night. Z-Fish got paid, though. And what a flop here for Z-Fish. Goodness.
Yeah, Benham continues to get out-flopped and run down. This time will be no different.
Raise all in.
Oh no, Benham.
Oh, Benham.
No, I have a king.
Oh, you do. All right.
Benham is cooked. He needs an offsuit 8 or a board pair to give him some life, and not a king.
The one black 8. Or the red 8 and a board pair.
That's you.
Nope. And nope. Benham down to the felt once again.
I don't know, man.
It's tight. No, you're gonna win the side pot. I think, yeah, you're gonna win the side pot.
Side pot.
That's a needle, if I've ever heard one. You're gonna win the side pot.
24, 45. 24, 45.
24. So maybe Z-Fish had a little less than we thought there.
Yeah, apparently so. As Benham will continue with a nub, and he adds on, so he's back in.
No giving up just because you got a nub. Continue. And let's see. Benham has added back on again for a additional amount. Going to put him back at 5K, looks like. Well, he's got almost 5K down here in blues.
I think what happened is that in the graphics we had Z-Fish covering, so it counted Z-Fish as going all the way down to 0, and he just added on another 5K. So I think he has 5K plus whatever the nub is, and Z-Fish's stack is going to be off by a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Benham added on the 5K plus whatever he had left. Okay. Yeah.
All right, dominated diamonds, doesn't matter. Bobby out flopping David.
We played for a long time. We started early.
David doesn't fold pairs. He's definitely not going to fold now that another jack has shown up.
We're just
David
checking
wisely.
down, though.
Yeah, David wisely checks back and now hits a queen on the river. Bobby's going to bet.
50 bucks.
Yeah, a little 50 burger.
400.
Bobby's been calling some players pretty light tonight.
I don't know.
Yeah. Good pull.
can beat if you hold it. You know, two red cards.
You gotta let me know, bro.
Like,
Alright, let's go.
you know I can't hear shit, bro.
You know better, right?
All right, dealer change incoming. Looks like it'll be time for another $100 PLO flip.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I had a queen.
Great job there, Mr. Johnny Rod. Johnny Rodriguez. Shout out to Kara and little man Luca. She must be working because I didn't hear her shout out her hubby on the stream tonight. And we got Danny going to be joining us.
We gotta get weird.
Going to switch out the decks, and I will remind folks that Miss Rebecca Thompson, who came back last week from Vegas, wanted to remind folks that on Tuesday she's got her Big O game. That started today, this morning at 1 p.m. or this afternoon at 1 p.m. On Thursdays, she hosts a Dramaha game, so if you are interested in playing Big O and some other games, this is your chance to come by and play those games. You can RSVP by signing in through Poker Atlas, but Tuesdays and Thursdays, that is the lovely Miss Rebecca Thompson, TCH ambassador, and host of a couple of great mixed games here in our room.
Dude, Dramaha deuce to 7. Let's go. Now,
Yeah.
That's a game right there.
Cool as that, yeah. Trying to get these games to grow, and she's a great host. And then aside from that, too, keep this on your calendars, folks. I know it doesn't sound like it's that close, but September will be here before you know it, and the Trailblazer Poker Tour Part 2 is coming back. It's going to start right here in the Dallas and Las Colinas locations at the end of September, so go ahead and lock that in to your schedule, September 25th through October the 14th. That is the Trailblazer Part 2 Poker Tour.
Heck yeah. Starting off up there in your neck of the woods.
Yes, sir.
And then traveling around the state. Really looking forward to those lineups.
Nobody has a king. Nobody has a king. I'm gonna lose with a set. Put a 10 out there and I'll chop it. Put a 10 and I'll just chop it. 10 and I'll chop it. 10 and I'll chop it. 10 and I'll chop it. 10.
Clubs. 9 high clubs.
Oh, shit.
9 high clubs.
I got it straight.
Maybe I just
Nine
have
high clubs.
maybe I just have a royal.
I have a full
Oh, 10 high flush for David.
No.
10 high flush beats the 9 high.
Oh, Steven's so deflated. He was winning for a second. Oh, tip.
Oh, shit. I was like, what is he doing? 10-4. No good.
What kind of river is that?
Oh, man.
Thank you very much.
I can't stand
Since that one took no skill.
Hell yeah, right. I appreciate it, brother. For what it's worth, it didn't take much skill off of me.
There you go. David popping back into the profit zone.
I just got the cards. I could have actually flipped them on this one.
Give me closer.
I told you don't go anywhere else.
I didn't know that.
Is it still raining like the Dickens over there, or what?
No Dickens. No. It's stopped. Thank goodness. And of course, when I was driving in, I was staring at blue skies and just a couple of fluffy white clouds. I'm like, oh, it's blue ahead of me, but why is it pouring on top of my head? But it's just one of those little spotty cells that came through, but there was some nastiness back behind it. I mentioned it was raining east of here, kind of in the Mesquite area and flooding some areas over in that direction. And a lot of folks were saying, oh, yeah, up here in Frisco and some of these other suburbs were like just completely dry. So very spotty cell that came through, but it rained pretty damn hard.
You checked in at 5:19 last week, and it's 5:21. He did.
It's not going to confuse me with Scott when I see his. I always see your. What is it? I can't even think of it now. Yeah. Well, no, your name on
168
there.
hours membership.
Yeah, right?
6 high like a boss.
Like a boss. I like it. I like it.
6 high like a boss for Z-Fish indeed.
All right, I'm gonna be the most
Takes it
unpopular
down.
dealer, but can I get y'all's
And Aaron, we don't have a graphic up, but I knew there was something else that we were
I'm still
missing.
giving y'all a hand right now,
So
don't
I just
worry,
talked
still
about
free.
the Trailblazer Tour that was at the end of September. Before that, in August, starting in August 18th through September 3rd, Dallas and Las Colinas will be hosting the Poker Atlas Series. So we've got that coming up August 18th, and then the following month, at the end of September, we have the Trailblazer Series. So you guys have something starting next week down there in Austin in July, and then we have August and September, 2 big events right here in the Big Diesel.
I'll slowly
Excellent.
Re-raise 300.
Yeah, those Poker Atlas tour events are always fun and get incredible turnouts, as do all of the TCH tournaments. But that one in particular seems to get really good turnout. Do you know, is it an $800 max or a main for that one?
Yeah,
Or maybe 600?
17 events, and it is going to be, well, of course, there's a high roller, $2,500, $1,100 main, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Let me click on that, see if that is.
I haven't played the stream in a few months. I thought it was a new policy.
Title event is an $1,100 event, 1 million guarantee.
Nice.
Of course, we know there will be plenty of satellite opportunities to get into that, and a lot of smaller tournaments as well. But yeah, will be a $1 million guarantee coming up in that series. Yeah.
Here's a get right spot for Benham, as he has just called the 3-bet from David in the small blind with the birds. Bobby 4-bets to 850 from the big blind, and it's back over to Benham here.
Ace King of Spades.
Wow. And Benham again gonna play this slow. He's just gonna make the call.
Now he leads out for 1,000. What was the flop? God dang it, the graphics got screwy.
He led the flop? What is that?
We don't even get to see the flop, but obviously there was no spades and no ace, no king for Bobby.
Oh no, Benham.
Missed opportunity there, and that quick play also got us to miss the flop.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think that if anything, you go for the back raise pre-flop.
Absolutely.
And if you don't go for the back raise, then you show weakness and check.
Check
right?
raise, yeah.
I don't know.
Or check call, yeah. Depending on what the board is. Yeah, that was odd.
Yeah, don't love it. Don't love it. And especially Benham not going to love it either when it's like stuck 3 buy-ins and you can't get paid ace-king versus aces.
Yeah, he had a hand just a second ago, too, when we were kind of talking where he had trip 6s and didn't get paid. So he's been kind of on the wrong side of some of that as well. I think I just jinxed us, Aaron, because it's now pouring again.
Yeah.
Son of a gun. Bill James saying, yeah, Dallas, Irving, Arlington got hit heavy. Well, here it is, back again. On top of me head.
I mean, as rough as it's been, obviously, on all of the different communities that have been harshly impacted, it is pretty darn good for the reservoirs.
Yep.
As we're picking up some much-needed acre feet for the back end of the summer.
Well, and I saw that maybe the Hill Country was spared a little bit on Monday. A storm that was supposed to hit ended up fizzling out. And I hope what's happening here has kept it from going on. It looks like it's okay down in that Hill Country region. So they're getting a little bit of a breather after just some really devastating 100-year, 1,000-year, whatever you want to call it, type of storms. So we won't complain here about the rain that we're getting when there's a lot more unfortunate folks, obviously, down in that area. And it's going to be bad for quite a while with the extensive damage. So,
yeah, it's very interesting turn card here. Gonna set Spooky up for a little bit of a loss, as he's going to value bet his 5. A little bit of a protection bet, probably one would say. 450 in position with the 2 pair. Z-Fish going nowhere, makes the call, and the queen will still be kicking here on the river. See if Spooky just takes his showdown.
shot. You got two pairs. You got two pairs, bro.
Oh.
Two pair no good.
Two pair no good, buddy. I got two pair.
Two pair. What do I know?
He actually did say one pair.
All right.
Oh, he said one
He
pair.
said one pair.
Oh, I heard two
They
pair.
wave corrected and they said, no, you got two pairs. One pair on the board.
See, that's your fault. You're slow rolling.
They just started after you won.
Horse round 50.
They literally waited for you to win a hand and then said,
Is it a
okay.
3-1 game?
Right after you crushed me.
All right, there's our profit loss. Quite as badly stuck as he was, but still down there at the bottom of the barrel. And Bobby still on cloud 9 and seat 9. He's up heaps so far.
Scott here, an opportunity to limp with a nip button. He will execute that, but runs smack dab into the ace-king for Z-Fish, and here comes the squeeze. And John has queens again. Are you kidding me?
Insane.
When John doesn't just snap fold, you know he's got something, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And he's grabbing a chunk of chips and counting them out, and yeah, it's about to be tango time for these two.
Yeah, Z-Fish lost a big one to John earlier, but oh my goodness, look
Yeah.
at this sizing.
Now it says all in, but that's not all in. It's just a double-fisted bet there.
But it's still gigantic. This is
28? Is that what it looks like? 28?
Yeah. I mean, anything that isn't just a like
3K. Fucking 3K. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, he's trying to price Z-Fish out of the hand by going this large. I mean, this was a limped pot up to Z-Fish, and he's like, John keeps fucking me, which is not untrue.
I played that.
You did?
I don't
That was a bad play. You're not gonna believe what I pulled it.
I called it. Ace king. Queen. I called it.
Yo, I don't know how to explain this to you guys. You're not used to it. There's always like a few hands that somebody's gonna do this with, right?
Yes.
You're yelling out, it's king, queen, jack.
We got to get him to show like sixes one time with that hand, right?
Oh man, yeah, right.
Because you're getting ace king to fold, you know.
But
you're also taking down a healthy little pot pre-flop, so there's strategery there.
yeah, but that bet size, it's like what Scott did earlier, right?
Absolutely.
It's just you're choosing a size where you're so committed that you must have a good hand, and you're just never going to be balancing that. Like, you know, it takes way too much creativity to be like, all right, well, I've consistently blasted it in here for 6x raise with half my stack with my biggest hand, so let me just start doing it with sixes or whatever. Or like, you're just not doing it, so it's very unbalanced. David gets the best of it here on this flop. Second pair, no kicker. Wow, Mr. Delivery gets it through straight away.
Wow, 3 for 3, Steven.
I know, it's 3 for 3.
And Steven not going to lose the nit game. Wow. It's turning a new leaf here. It's a
Let's
new
go,
fresh
Steven.
page. The unhittiest Steven we've seen all night.
And let's see Steven get a good run of cards and take over a table like we've seen before. We've definitely seen that happen.
I mean, for as quiet as Steven has been here as of late, he's been sitting in second position for most of the night. He won those couple of hands up front, and has really just kind of sat on it, right? Like hasn't really lost any big pots, just making some pretty standard folds and winning a pot every once in a while. He's still up 3K.
So the final table, Chad pocket tens, boom, on the flop 10, turn king, river ace.
David now with a nice pocket pair. Got the jiggities.
But you saw it, man. You guys let it turn them up, right? Yeah. Wasn't like you got. No, pre-flop. Because I mean,
And Streamlabs hates our boy, MMA and car addict, as he has gone down to the felt.
Damn, it's so hard when you get so close.
You bastards!
There's one outcome.
First place, right?
First place is that, but then he went more.
Zach's got to feel good about twice, 3 games.
No.
Like back to back.
He still seems kind of.
I know, but like.
No, man, he got so close twice.
I know, but like, so that's pretty good. And I imagine they chopped one of them.
With Phil? The first one? No, the second one they didn't chop.
I know the second one they didn't. I'm thinking maybe they did.
The Phil? I don't know.
It's hard to blow a chip lead twice in a row.
I mean, he did it.
Man, yeah.
But
you gotta question yourself.
In fairness, Mallory's a crusher.
Yeah.
So he was drawn dead on that table. But with Phil, he had a chance. Like I think it's even.
Yeah.
It's about even with others.
Yeah, I didn't follow the Phil one.
He was like a combo draw away too from taking it from Phil.
Yeah. But he was drawn dead with Mal.
I mean, like, absolutely good. Look at that.
Yeah, exactly.
How are you supposed to compete with that?
You can't. Drawn dead.
I think he could have done
Take a peek real quick and look at our $300 black chip bounty tournament. They ended up with 74 entries, $3,800 up top, a prize pool of $11,100. Paying the final 9 players. They're down to 16, so another great turnout for that. 3,800 plus for the winner, plus all those bounties for the $100 bounties for the players they knocked out. So nice little Tuesday night tourney right here at TCH Dallas.
And don't forget that last bounty that you get to keep for yourself. So the extra one on top is a little cherry when you win the tournament.
They'll literally do everything else. Are you sure you don't want to fold it? No, not even that. Not even influencing the hand. It's like in places where it wouldn't make a difference.
Hopefully that one goes in the dealer tip box, but that's neither here nor there.
They'll do everything before they muck the loser, and I'm like,
first thing, muck the loser.
Who raised you?
Fuck, I'm on Phil.
That's a special group.
I just keep seeing on my YouTube at 7.
I've heard the horror stories.
Have you seen about it?
I played
there's a hand where this lady had like pocket 7.
I heard Steven say, "Who raised me? I'm on tilt." Well, he might not be lying because he's going big here with King 10 off.
It's supposed to be a code.
It's clearly not a like. It's clearly a card on the mark, but she's like, no, that's supposed to be on the flop. And bullying the unit and just putting it on the flop.
Yeah, that was a really stupid hand. Steven's going to power that one through.
I know that's going to fuck you. I'll chase it though.
She didn't know how the damn cards work.
That's a problem.
Well, I mean,
that's a problem I have.
She saw a 7. She said, that's supposed to be there. That's absolutely.
Lock in.
After thinking about, I get it on right away, but after
wait, are you talking about the video of?
I still haven't seen that video, but I know that we've talked about it before. A lot of crazy stuff going on in the poker world.
And the guy just fucking pulls the 7 out the mouth.
There was like.
That's like.
I'm afraid. I mean, he's not even a poker player. He's just like
It's ridiculous. It's like it's literally ridiculous.
I mean, there was nothing like the absolute like clown show of like the situation I told you guys before, where like their solution was to like fan out the entire.
That's crazy. Yeah.
And have play proceed.
Literally just see like what is missing.
I'm like, why don't we just have them play the rest of the hand with their cards face up?
And basically what happened, though.
well, the problem is even the 4s aren't good.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You'll see the 7 of spades the other day.
The movie Idiocracy?
He has a.
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's what's happening to our world.
I just
300.
I might have gotten a little. I don't even want to say out of the collar. I was just like very firm with the Lord. Yeah, when they came over and started resolve the situation. It's just like, well, the problem is we don't know what cards everyone's seen. I'm like, no, the problem is that you guys hire dealers that aren't qualified.
Tell us how you really feel, Steven. Double gutty for Bobby. Pair of 4s with the gutty for Benham is the best hand, and wow, no improvement for anyone. Pair of 4s. The super nuts.
Come on, let Benham have it. Benham, take it down, buddy. Take it down, buddy.
Like he's already tipping.
$1,000 in profit for Benham with a 10-4 when he is stuck like Chuck. That has got to feel good. Even Benham can smile a little bit on that one.
Bobby's like, "What are you doing, man? You're supposed to show first," giving him a hard time.
Accusing him of slow rolling his 4. Oh, that's funny.
I love it.
Get him out of Stucksville.
He's got a long ways to go.
He does.
Seth has been buried most of the night too, but he's sort of holding his own, down 4K now.
That's 5 strikes, Danny.
I was just thinking how embarrassing it would be to flip a card on the stream. And here we are. There goes my
Dadgummit, Danny.
No,
You jinxed yourself, buddy.
When can you start?
Yeah, right. They got me flying in for the final table this weekend.
Just grab the mic and start throwing shit in there.
If it's not stuck.
Where are you? Oh, yeah.
200's the bet.
Scott sees himself on TV, probably from a previous stream.
How many years ago?
They just put in a ton of new TVs in this room, Aaron. We used to have windows up front. They built a wall on the inside to help keep some of the heat out, and then they mounted TVs up.
Oh.
But they also put a big back wall up that's directly across from this table, all the way in the back, and they put a monster TV. But we make sure that we don't have whatever current stream, especially if it's a tournament, because obviously seats 1 and 2 and 9 and 8 would be able to actually see and kind of get that information, and while the other players at the table basically have their back to it. So we were like, yeah, that probably wouldn't be fair to ever have the whatever current stream is going on, even though it's a 20-minute delay, like, you know, because those players would be turning their necks all day long trying to get the same, you know, information. So, but it's really cool though. They added about 12 new TVs and really gives it more of a kind of a sports room feel than it had before, just with, you know, still a good chunk of TVs, but now we got some even bigger ones, so gives it a good feel, good look.
The even bigger TV.
Yes.
Coming to TCH Dallas.
Not to be confused with the even smaller one that we do on Sundays, but the even bigger one. I still can't believe they came up with an even smaller term.
King of high flop here, Bobby with the best of it. Gutty for Spooky and a backdoor heart draw, so he's got a little bit of equity.
Tipping, final tipping.
I mean,
Up in the air.
lots of people have different philosophies on it. I don't think percentage of prize is like a good gauge.
That makes no sense, yeah.
Honestly, like going by some
Wow, drills it.
percentage of
Bink.
might make sense, but honestly, like this is gonna like sound like a little harsh. I would really not want to put that much in the choke box in WSOP. Like,
Well, I mean, if you're talking about how bad they're doing.
Does it get split up?
it doesn't get split up. I'd put something in there if I can. You know, I always do, but it's one of these things where it's like at the WSOP, like they're completely foaming it on so many.
They're
things.
never gonna get it, basically.
I think, well, you know, it's hard to actually like rustle up the number of dealers that you need to run the WSOP, but they definitely, like, if they gave a damn at all, like they could spend time, like they could pay for the training,
Yeah.
like they could have like a training camp like 2 weeks
Yeah,
beforehand,
1 week.
pay the dealers to
2
like,
weeks, 1 day.
but you know, something. It's one of these things where, like, you know, every year the line is like, oh, like, you know, we just need so many people.
Spooky going to get rid of the knit button, and Steven obviously channeling what a lot of people feel about
And if you would pay
the dealer situation that goes on every year at the WSOP. We are so blessed, aren't we, Aaron, in Texas with the dealers that we get on a regular basis?
Absolutely. I mean, without a doubt, Texas Card House employing just the cream of the crop here in Texas.
Yeah, I've just, whether it's, you know, talking to you in the past and talking to some other folks from just stuff that's happened, you know, this year in particular, just, you know, just a lot of the nightmares that players have talked about. And it's not that these poor guys aren't trying, they're people too, they make mistakes, and they have an opportunity to make some money, and you don't blame them for getting out there and giving it their best. But, you know, the folks that run that, you know, I think what Steven was, I'll echo what he was saying, you know, could maybe just put a little bit more effort into getting their folks trained up so they could do a great job. Because I know a lot of the folks that went out there to deal were dealing in the other rooms. You know, they weren't dealing at the Venetian. They were dealing in some of these cash games and some of these other tournaments in the other rooms because they were getting better payment from those rooms. And so if the best dealers that are in Vegas are dealing in outside of WSOP table games, that's definitely a problem.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just such a crazy time of year with so many poker tournaments going on and everything, right?
Yep.
Like, yeah,
It'll never be perfect, but you definitely need dealers at the table that know the game of poker. That's key.
Yeah.
Big old flop here from Mr. Scott.
Yeah, nobody actually connecting with the board
No.
as far as a pair goes, but yeah, the flush draw, pretty good for Scott to continue.
Yeah, definitely not enough. And the thing was, if they wanted to really attract good deal, there would be more dealers here who would go out there and do that if they
Z-Fish doing the betting here with 7 high, no hope of a flush or really a straight. As an 8 and a 6 coming in, or an 8 and a jack coming in would make this board really connected looking.
I mean, it's
Black card, but it's the ultimate brick, the deuce of clubs.
And Z-Fish is just going to pot it.
Huge.
He's like, if you guys are checking, then you don't have anything.
Scott, who told Z-Fish, I've never seen you bluff earlier, has to readjust, figure out what he wants to do with the nut spade draw here.
Yeah, if you surveyed WSOP players, I bet some of them would pay an increase in rate for just
Does this sizing scream bluff to you?
No, I mean,
okay.
The double flush draw board, you're going to want to bet big.
He shows it.
Yeah.
The red 7-4, like a boss.
Yeah, I mean, Z-Fish, whether he has a good made hand, 2 pair, if he has 2 pair, then he unblocks all of the straight draws and flush draws, right?
Sure.
And so he wants to bet large to give them a bad price and sort of maximize his fold equity against them and make the most when they call. It makes perfect sense. And also when he does have a bluff, yeah, it's going to apply max pressure. But you just don't expect him to show up with 7-4 of diamonds there, right? If he's bluffing, it should be some sort of flush draw, right? Nope, not this man. It also just sort of fits the schedule or the formula, right? You bet flop, they call and check to you out of position. You just size up and drop the hammer on them.
That's going to put him over 3K in profit. He's up 3.3 for the evening and put in a couple of really nice bluffs tonight.
What's that, Scott? Let's go check this one.
75.
Top and bottom for Benham here. King 8.
Ooh. Just about pots it and quick fold.
Huh?
Oh, I just thought that.
You decided you didn't want to ask?
The nib button. I didn't
Yeah,
know
I've
that.
got my nib
I got one
button.
too.
I've got my stinking nib button. I'm trying to get rid of it, but they keep sucking out on me.
Did you
Slow rolling the nuts.
Slow rolling the nuts. Dadgummit Benham with your 4.
Hey, 1-1. Let's go.
Man, you're up to a solid 2,064.
Huge, just massive stack.
He had been there and
Cower in my presence.
Do you think you'll be alive in the year 2064?
No comment.
I said you, not me. I'm the old fart, all right?
Not like you got that many years on me, jeez.
That's 40 years from now. I hope I am. I'll be 85. Sexy as hell.
Ripe.
Pruny.
Yeah, definitely that. And still big and still gay and still owl.
That's right. Happy as a lark.
All right, Spooky will make the call. Heads up, we go to a flop. Benham in position with the betting lead. Still the best hand.
Ooh, interesting.
Ooh, Spooky gonna pick up a club draw on the turn. Has a hand now that can bet small and still continue against a raise, but it is starting to get a little bit dicey. If you bet big and get raised, now you're sort of like in that awkward spot of can't fold, but really don't want to commit the rest of your stack.
Ooh,
And
nuts.
wow.
Compared to the other hand, yep. Ugh.
Yeah, Spooky just runs out the goods. He's got a little bit over pot, and on this kind of a run out, I mean, if you want to get paid, you probably don't go all in, but again, it's sort of like what would a solver do, and a solver's always all in here, so
Nut flush, definitely going shy of the pot, but looks like 1200 gets a call.
oh no, Benham thinks he's good.
Oh no.
He snatched his own chips back up so fast, he was like, oh, I fucking got you, bro, and then is like, oh wait, oh wait.
Here's your chips back. That was brutal.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Benham saw the ace-jack high and just snatched up his chips, whipped his cards over, and was like, gotcha.
All right, well, looky there, Aaron. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players all in the green, up at least $1,000. Of course, Bobby's still up heaps, over 8,000. And then we've got Scott down about 10 trips to Taco Bell. Seth and Benham combined down over 20,000.
Yeah, been a rough night for those two seats. Everyone else having a pretty decent go of it.
I don't know why a helicopter.
Pretty wild night.
It seems to be my calling zone. It's got the vertigo going with it on that spot. This button okay on that? Button's okay on that? I guess you'll actually.
All right, Scott's still holding his knit button. He's going to come in for the 150.
Is that you, Bobby? Wait stop order just arrived.
Let's go! 5 ways.
5 ways. Here we go. David closing the action with the 9s.
Check it.
Good spot here for Bobby. Mr. Delivery should be on the hook for a little bit of damage. But half pot, 6 ways. Definitely going to give some credit here. Although, definitely some spade draws and such that could be betting, so not going anywhere just yet. Clubs now for Mr. Delivery. A little bit of life. Checky, checky, and
Oh,
Jack on the river. Another way for Steven to win.
the bigger 2-piece. Oh, Bobby cursing the poker gods. All right, just like that, Steven's up a cool 4.3K. Good, quiet, and consistent. Dragging another pot. Bobby was really thinking he might be getting rid of his knit button there as well, but he says they keep sucking out on me, damn it. That time they indeed did.
And Bobby's not even up 10K anymore. What is going on in this world?
Still got a pretty good hourly rate going through 3.5 hours.
I'd take it.
I would take it indeed. Through 108 hands, we are breezing tonight.
It's on C2, yeah, is it not?
3 of our finest dealers. G Money, Mr. Glenn, Johnny Rodriguez, and now Danny. And Seth. See if he can't have a little better result than Benham had earlier, trying to get unstuck with the Blackbirds.
Oh no. Oh no, Benham. Benham barking up the wrong tree here. 9-8 offsuit. Doesn't want a piece of this board. And he does flop 2 overs and a gutty. Not the best flop ever if you're Seth, but what are you gonna do? You're up against the guy who can't win a hand tonight, and you've got aces, so probably don't slow down.
Oh my goodness. All in from Benham. He has got his gambling pants on tonight, but he is running into it once again.
Yeah.
2 times good, burn it off.
2 times. Needs a 7, does Benham.
Yeah, 2 times. Okay. All right, first turn.
Not a red card in sight for these players. Still only a 7 for Benham.
All right. Go for the river. Good.
And 2 more shots at it. Only 2 of them left in the deck as well.
Needs a 7 or some running 9s, running 8s.
All right, second turn.
Nothing doing. 7 only. And Busto again. Benham.
Man.
Benham not shy though. I mean, like,
No.
even after getting hammered all night, he still takes these sort of marginal spots, just getting after it. And once again, down to the felt.
How much is his part? What's going on? He didn't have a button, did he?
In fact,
He didn't have a button, but it looks like he is going to call it a night, I believe.
Seat 8 is that, yeah. Done.
All right, so rough night for our friend Benham. Gave him a big old hug when he came in. Glad to see him. Definitely one of our favorites and one of the nicest guys in the room. Spends most of his time over at TCH Las Colinas. But he is a good friend and good dude. So better luck next time, Mr. Benham.
Yeah, tough sledding here, man. But we'll see you back in the streets, and hopefully you'll be shipping some big ones here before you know it.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the distribution of chips now. The guy who's the farthest stuck now at our table is down just a couple of $100.
Come on, guys, you got buns. You gotta fight for it, you know?
Raise 150.
We're gonna win the spin at the end, so we are.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a big deal.
we should do it the Venetian way. Unlimited reverse.
That's
We raised 6 5.
They were doing that when you were.
Yes, it's fucking. Okay, so basically the way we did it is.
You keep
so,
acquiring.
so we'll just use the $100. So like imagine there's.
Rez, you probably don't have enough points there in the chat, so I would hit the exclamation point and type points. See where you're at. You got to have at least 10 to get your gamble on. I know I don't have enough yet, but I think I'm getting closer. Maybe 5 points now, Aaron, or could it be a solid 6?
Oh, I don't know. That's still 4. You don't even get a new one.
I'm still a toddler. I'm still a toddler.
A turdler, really.
And I was sitting with like 12,000, so yeah.
Fake aces for Bobby.
Yeah, so basically I told myself, okay, I guess I'm doing like Jack Knight Suited and above.
So now that
Which sucks.
if Benham's out, it's still 800, right?
Yeah.
In the middle.
Yeah, because we agreed.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you straddled. I'm so sorry. You go ahead and do My bad.
Yeah, but that's,
350.
If I win it, I'm gonna give him.
that's part of the game. You can't like.
Maybe
Probably
four.
one of like.
Yeah.
If I win it, let it bring out.
You can't?
I don't have a good hand.
Head up.
All right, Spooky makes the call, heads up to a king high board. Neither player connects. Bobby with the betting lead, though, should have an easy route to victory.
500.
What can I make out of this? Whole lot of nothing. Ace 4 getting her done.
How are we doing, Scott? Doing one or two? Two.
Two splashes, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't mind, thank you.
Give him 5. Yeah. There you go.
I'm gonna make
I tried
it.
to.
See?
I'm gonna make it tip.
All right, splash spot number 1.
All right. Cutting it in half is Scott here, going to do it twice.
You want to start so you can be left side?
I don't know where that old graphic went, but we used to have that old graphic that would announce with a little billboard up on the screen that said, Scott loses the knit game. That was the coolest.
Oh, baby, baby.
Scott has
Thing.
lost the standing game even.
Yeah, yeah, I used to say that too. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Raise 3.
He doesn't take aces for him.
He's never seen pocket aces in his life.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
3-6 suited, right?
He has to make his money the old-fashioned way. Grinding. Right?
Baby, grind with me.
Grind, baby, grind.
Asa. Asa.
Scott going to defend. He wants a shot at getting his own $400 back.
I can't believe you're trying to explain the law like this.
Well, it's like so hard to explain actually.
Come in.
I was trying to explain it to somebody else. Like, did it really,
Scott
flopping.
flop.
Yeah, flopping the best of it.
not visuals, but they make it actually really hard of it.
Set
All
for
right.
the piece,
Broke out on video.
but doesn't matter.
Throws up a peace sign instead, and Scott gets his $400 back. And now he gets to put it right back out there.
Double it up.
For splash pot numero dos. And he's back in the profit now. So we have all this money on the table, but somehow only one player remaining in the hole, and that would be Speedy Seth, who's done a good job of getting himself unstuck.
That's splash spot number 2.
He was down heaps, and now he's only down 825 bones.
I thought it was 800 in the last one. I'm glad I didn't.
No, he did
You should have.
I mean, my.
Don't be shy.
I was like, I had a
You
blackjack.
had the monster.
I had a prime blackjack hand.
You talking about like an A3?
Or were you good double down?
You also have a prime blackjack hand now.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah.
What are you going to do on the button, Mr. Delivery?
7-4 double. Pocket 8.
Yeah, going to size this up a little bit, given the dead money in the middle. $100 straddle, he'll open it to 450. I like this.
And Dusty
And-
Holdings.
Wow. Easy.
Yeah, easy money for the Ace King. Couldn't it always be that easy with Ace King, Aaron?
Mm,
5 and grab 5 from me.
let me
What
check.
What fun would that be?
You're gonna waste some
No.
money. Put 100 there, 300 there, another 100.
And he is inching closer to being up 5K, so really nice night for Mr. Delivery.
Good blunder, good restaurant. Good blunder. All grenades. Get a good steak.
If you do.
What's that? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't eat this today.
Raise 125.
All the cheese is already gone.
Now, your boy Skull Mike just got knocked out, Aaron.
Oh, yeah. That's too bad. Good
Yeah.
run, Mike.
Yeah, it looked like he ran up a good stack, but just had 3 brutal coolers.
Ew,
And got it in with Jackson. The old 8K got him.
nasty.
Oh, yeah. just one more.
Check.
Spicy little turn card here. Spooky now has a gutty to go with diamonds.
Yeah? I didn't do like
Flush comes in, but it's the wrong one. It's the front door.
300.
your part is not that. Possible. Just like what, 30, 35 minutes?
You ain't got nothing.
No, but we knew.
Is Frisco overpopulated? Yeah, you got more space.
You like the big picture?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Nice hand there from Mr. Bobby. All right, our buddy Chase Bricker, local player, and of course winner of the free roll $1 million tourney from the WPT, has 511,000 at dinner break.
Nice.
Two more levels to go for the day, and about 500 players off the money. So let's go, Chase Bricker. That was as of 39 minutes ago. That's my boy.
Ooh, Bobby with the birds on the button. BBB.
That's right, Bobby with the birds. And Scotty with the turds. A couple of black cards. The dead man hand. We got the birds versus the turds.
Wow, John makes the call with the Robbie. The Robbie versus the Bobby. Not going to work out. As John not going to do anything silly. And Bobby will just take it down there on the flop. Yeah, it's always wild watching the updates that people are posting to social media over the course of the main event, right? It's like there's so much, there's FOMO if you haven't gone to play. There's like just the emotional roller coaster of watching a close friend like run up a big stack and they've got, you know, a really good momentum, and then all of a sudden their next post is busted in the main or something. Like, yeah, there's just all sorts of stuff going on, and it's all exciting.
Huh?
You normally run good in PLO, don't you?
I hope I do. I hope to. I mean, I try to.
All right. Bobby got one of my favorite hands there. Suited 79er.
No, I mean, I think I run actually quite bad.
Pretty good flop for the old 7-9er.
I get lucky sometimes.
Snap. Snap.
Snap, he says.
Usually quick.
Check it. Check.
Wow, 9-7 getting there with the straight now on the river.
And David gonna fire out. And whatever Bobby did, it got David to snap again, but this time it was a snap fold.
Yeah, I think it was a block bet for like 1/6 pot, and Bobby gave him the raise, the insta raise.
Gave him the biz.
They've been acting weird lately. My camera's working
Yeah,
too.
David bet 100 and 300.
Yeah. Really? Was that you? Your place on the news?
No, they didn't get that much, but they did very good. I got them all over.
Button working? You know, you'll tell me.
So every time my camera goes
Yeah, and our boy Danny Marks still rocking in the bounty tournament he's playing in. Got almost 20 big blinds and 3 $1,500 bounties. Let's go. 4 now. Come on. 5 bounties. Catching some heat. Let's go, Danny Marks.
Thank you.
Right. I mean, kill somebody else. I mean, you know.
There we go. I know I just saw on Poker Atlas's Instagram too, they put up a screenshot of all of the Dallas events coming up that starts next month in August. So if you don't want to go to the Poker Atlas website, just go to Poker Atlas Tour on Instagram and check that out. Or go to TCH Dallas. They've also posted that, as well as TCH Las Colinas, TCH Social Las Colinas on Instagram. Posted all of the buy-ins and dates for all those events coming up.
Got a hand developing here. Bobby opening the ace-king, gets 3-bet by Seth with the ace-queen. And just going to call is Bobby.
So Seth raised to 600 and Bobby called.
All right, so ace-king versus
I
ace-queen.
already knew you read your mind.
And wow,
Ooh.
what a flop. Queen high with hearts. Both players controlling the ace and the king of hearts.
Spicy indeed. Spicy as our boy RJ Duprizzle walks in the room. Seems to always happen when you walk in. Spicy hand developing.
Bobby really doesn't want to see a heart, but he gets the offsuit king.
No way.
What?
Hand on lock now. Unless Seth gets that heart or another queen. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, whipsawing back and forth. I mean, Seth like a huge dog going to this flop, then gets there in a big way, and now cooler turn card. Bobby leads for 500 and a call. Brick City on the end. Bobby will win. Man. It's like, how do you outflop a hand that's that far ahead of you just to get like hyper coolered on the turn, right? It's like, what? Seth won't believe his eyes when he sees this hand. That or he'll maybe miraculously find a fold. Who bets 700 here after leading the turn?
And that could induce the naked ace.
Oh, wow. Seth is going to do it. Massive raise.
Wow, respect, man. From the ace 10 ace of hearts.
Wow, and he gets the fold. Speedy Seth, you gangster.
Yeah, that was very speedy.
Welcome to the show, RJ.
I do what I can.
What is it, 700 now?
Dude, massive. Gets the quick fold out of his opponent. Well played. What's going on, my man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
You can do whatever number you want, right?
Good.
I'm just walking around with this fire in my pocket. I brought it here with me.
RJ's like a side of tahini.
That's right.
Here, let me, yeah.
Spicy.
Line up, get some lines lined up, right? I mean,
I think that might burn a little.
it cleans out the nasal passages.
It's sinus season.
I'm not.
That's right.
Well,
Not
big old juicy hand and a knit game starting.
7, but no splitting.
Here we go. Well, that was a good finale if that's going to be one of your last ones, Aaron.
No, hold on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'll stick around and see what develops on this one, and then turn it over to you gentlemen for hand number 120. But yeah, what a crazy whipsaw back and forth there. The fact that Bobby got there and then lost the hand by folding is pretty incredible.
I thought he might have been putting out a little something there with that 700 to induce a bluff, but the bluff was massive, you know, to the tune of $4,500, and that was going to severely cut into Bobby's profit. He's talking about the hand right now.
Yeah.
Not liking the result.
He made a good bet. He made a good bet.
All right, raised to 200, called in 2 spots, so 3 ways to the flop.
3 ways.
Real big.
And wow, pretty good one here for Bobby. Who doesn't like an up and down straight flush draw, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Check, check.
I'm good, thank you.
I'll do one last one.
And then a water whenever.
Check.
No change, but Scott He's gonna get after it.
Up and down good until shit gets sideways.
It's on page 23 of Super System.
Doyle so eloquently spoke that into existence.
Scott picks up bottom pair here, checks it back. And with that, Bobby will drag the pot.
Yeah, he gets that $700 bet he just lost back and then some, and gets rid of his knit button.
All right. Well, you two gentlemen have a fantastic rest of the evening. And to everybody who's tuned in here on TCH Live, have a great rest of your night as well. Hopefully a great rest of the following week as well before I see you back here on Tuesday.
All right.
Next go around.
That was our man, Aaron Money McAvoy, signing off. Remember, y'all can join him and try to get some Aaron Money McAvoy chippies at the Summer Series going on at TCH Social in Austin.
Let's do it.
Have a great night, Aaron.
Good night,
All
Aaron.
right. You guys take care. Adios, everybody. Good night.
And if you're wondering what the hell we're talking about,
There it is.
if you just tuned in, there it is. The Summer Series starts 1 week from today. Austin, Texas, TCH Social, $600K in guaranteed prizes, 16 trophy events, the 15th through the 28th, plus the Player of the Series award, total prize pool extra of $25K, $10K going to the winner of the Player of the Series award. So if you're in the Austin area next week, jump in on that one. And just like that, we're back in business with another big old hand. Z-Fish hating life right now, as the Kings do find their ace magnet.
Bobby's not real pumped about that ace-7 kicker. Leaves the door open here for Z-Fish. He's going to bet a tickler here on the turn. Picked up at least a gut shot.
That was the night they got rid of somebody, actually.
And in his mind, he thought that he might be ahead, but probably not. Now with two callers.
Yeah, Scott makes the call, has a pair of 10s with the gutter.
That was on the 3rd anniversary, yeah.
Check.
Oh, yeah.
Ace.
Ace.
Ace good. Kings up in flames.
Take them all, Bobby.
Yeah. Bing, bang, Bobby on a little heater piece since the RJ Duprizzle walked in the building.
Scott showed Jack 10 there, and Z-Fish was not real excited to show his kings. I don't blame him.
Well, we only have one player now in the red, and that is our boy Scott.
Wow, okay.
He's been in the green a few times tonight, and now the only player, we did lose our player in seat 8 who lost 20K.
I was going to say, it looks like somebody sponsored tonight's game.
So our good buddy, Dadgummit, Mr. Benham,
Wow.
came back, and he's the sponsor of tonight's show. Already chatted with him a little bit off camera here.
So he took one on the chin.
Took
How's he
one
doing?
on-
Is he okay?
He's okay.
Okay, good.
I reminded him, though, that he was the winner of over 50K
He has.
on one of our streams, and
Big Benham has banked a couple.
he's going through one of those kind of runs like a lot of us have, where poker gods just haven't been cooperating lately, but Benham's a gamer. We'll know he'll get it back on the right path soon.
Top pair here for Z-Fish. Backdoor spades.
Don't want to hit those
Don't-
backdoor spades,
Not
though, does
with
he?
Mr. Delivery in there. Looks like we've checked to the button where that is. Mr. Delivery.
He also was the beneficiary or the non-beneficiary of a pretty recent stream where he was the one who kind of sponsored it, and he's had a good night tonight to try to get some of that back.
Good. Deuce of spades here. Fun little card pairing the board.
Front row.
And bringing in those nasty spades.
That would be fucking hysterical.
Now, this is always an interesting spot where you still got a couple players in. There's 1,000 out there. You've got the big draw. You can see the river for free. You're wondering what these players called you with.
Yeah, if he bets here, Z-Fish might be up to a little something, something. Depending on what mood Z-Fish is in here.
And you can target a hand like Seth has here, a 4. Probably going to get a 4 to fold for a big bet like this.
975, bringing it here. Pot size bet.
Seth doesn't even think about it. Pitches that 5-4 into the muck. But now you got Z-Fish, top pair, and a spade draw.
And facing a big bet. 1,900 out there now.
Z-Fish wondering, could this be an overpair? Makes the call. And Ricky Brick. The 9-7 now with the check mark.
It was 975. Yeah.
3K out there. Top pair is going to hold if we go to showdown.
He was one that like they thought it was like bending cards.
Yeah, he did that on that.
And it's still showing the action on Z-Fish. Dealer is looking over at Mr. Delivery though, so.
He was like getting up the table and looking at your feet.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's just weird.
I think he's like trying to fuck with.
And he's like a little bit like not right in the head.
Yeah.
Are they talking about us? Not right in the head?
That definitely could be us.
Wow, it does go
It
check,
goes check.
Wow. No need to. A lot of players often give away information. They're, oh, yeah, I would have had you if the spade came. Just don't
Not
even.
Mr. Delivery. He's
No.
a baller. He says, nice hand.
Nice hand. I'm not giving you a dadgum ounce of information. Not when we still have another hour to go, and I want those chips. That's going to catapult Z-Fish up a little bit. He's now up just under 4K.
how you know that?
Big old numbers on there. Those things that they say what's out.
I use my phone for my watch, you know. I got a bunch of watches. I just take them.
Uh-oh.
7 of hearts exposed, 2 in one stream.
Jinxed yourself, buddy.
Be in Vegas next May, guys.
They've been talking shit about the WSOP dealers, and now Danny's kind of doing a little self-deprecating humor. Says, yep, I'll be in Vegas next May.
I got it. Got it right away.
Well done, Danny.
Should be up to shuffle.
It's a call. Raise the 4.
I won't repeat what another player just said.
Southpaw Danny in the box tonight.
Little needle to another poker club.
Natural selection.
Poker dealer natural selection.
I'm sorry. Now it's right. Now it's right.
All right, Spooky's going to let Bobby have that one, I imagine.
Yeah, I'll just self-deal.
Can't quite see what all went on there, but
You went from King 7 to King Deuce, Danny.
Oh, that is not an upgrade.
No good.
At least it wasn't Queen Deuce.
I thought it was like, maybe I'll get Kings. Nope, King.
That was a nice guy about it. Definitive downgrade for sure.
The left-handy with the helicopter spin. Jinxed himself tonight.
what's the burn card, dealer? David's going to bump it up. Early position, suited ace. 125 to go. Love to see it.
Well, I mean, a good thing I had was King 5, so, and two others in there.
John Boy waking up with the Neeners.
Pocket nines, just a call here. Let's go to a flop. That's pretty good flop for suited ace-6 of diamonds. We got
Is it?
all diamonds, 10 deuce 8.
You reckon?
He'll check that one. All right, nine's picking up a gutter ball here. Doesn't want to see a jack.
Little tickle out there with the absolute stones.
Just a little tickle. Gets a call. 5 of spades.
It's going to get checked to him. Let's see how much we increase our tickle.
Yeah, no help to get paid there, but yeah, he'll bump it up here. $490 out there.
How about a full-size pot here? A little 500 tickle.
They do good food there. Have you had the meat roast? It's actually really good. I haven't tried that yet. It's really good.
Is this what we call a tank tickle?
I'm gonna go get something.
Not to be confused with.
Turn on the main.
Never mind.
I think he just went double pot.
He did.
$1,000. Get out of my pot.
Tried the DP. Sometimes that doesn't work out. And he didn't show his cards.
And he just now realized it.
Couldn't slow roll it again for you, David.
Oh, goodness. Held on to the knit button. Sometimes you flop the nuts and you get too excited.
Ah, that's a good one to just keep to yourself anyway.
Yeah, there's still plenty of players out there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, he's got plenty of opportunities. He actually joined the game when there was 5 earlier knit buttons, and decided to go ahead and take a knit button when he joined that seat.
Yeah,
that seat
yeah.
was available for quite a while, so he got out of that hole, and he can get out of this one.
You got to play it off when that happens. Just tell them you're talking trash, you know. Ah, I don't need it. I don't need that one. Boys, there's going to be another one.
No, I said wrecking earlier. I heard a good redneck saying at the table the other day. They said we wouldn't be doing so much.
Golly.
We wouldn't be doing so much fixing down here, RJ, if we weren't doing so much wrecking.
Back-to-back suited aces. It's the hand to have. This time John flopping the Stone Cold Nutter Butters.
And look at that turn card for Z-Fish.
Queen 9 straightens up for Z-Fish. I reckon that old boy's right, by the way.
I reckon he is. He's going to need some fixing after this hand.
Head up now. 500
We got wrecking here. 6 of spades, no help here for Z-Fish. He's going to put some more out there.
You know he's going chunky.
What is that, 800 or 900?
Looks like a good solid 9er.
And I crisp up really well when I do. Yeah. I've been playing a lot of volleyball and golf.
I'll get one kind of crispy type of burn, not really burn. Yeah. You peel
Get base.
Yeah. Burn at the beginning, and then it's just darker and darker and darker and darker.
Yeah, this stays through October. Raise.
Here comes the raise.
How about a 3-piece? We're going a full 3K.
Full 3K here on Z-Fish and his straight. What to do now?
Not leaving a whole lot behind either, is John. He's like, yeah, what are you leaving behind there? Enough for a sandwich? This ain't no skinny rabbit. And John did this earlier. Big old raise.
Yeah, fascinating spot here for Z-Fish.
Yeah, it's amazing.
We went to Rio de Janeiro one time, and I mean, it literally felt like the sun was right here.
Has to put his opponent on a flush here to fold, but it is possible.
Jack around with that shit.
Yeah, those Brazilian girls are pretty.
It's weird.
We actually have had 2 volleyball facilities that have imported.
Z-Fish made a couple of good laydowns tonight. He's actually thinking about this one. Such a strong hand, though.
I got a monster, right? I don't know if
You do have a monster.
you got a monster too.
Monsters underneath the bed.
John, you fuck me up every time.
God, I know that feeling. Somebody's got your number one night, and you're just like, you got it again? The river changes nada.
Now you decide what is me? 3,000 pounds right now. 1, 2. Take it.
Says,
Take it, he says. Makes the call.
Shows him the absolute stones and says, take $3,000 from me.
3,000 total, yeah.
3,000 total. Good hand there for John Boy.
That looked familiar.
Good hand, big pot for John, getting rid of his nip button and picking up a whole bunch of Taco Tuesdays right there. Puts him up nearly 5K for the night.
And Z-Fish went from being up 4K in profit to down a solid trip to Taco Bell.
Speaking of Taco Tuesdays, there it went.
I think we can get that back.
I had my Taco Tuesday today.
Did you now?
Yep, Rosa's Cafe. Yep.
You better put a ring on that finger, you and Rosa.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I know he did because he said we were flipping.
I like some Rosa's Cafe, especially on Taco Tuesday. Now, sometimes I'm guilty of Taco Tuesday more than once, you know.
Taco Wednesday, Taco Thursday.
Rosa's in the afternoon, Taco Bell in the evening.
I just don't want to talk about it because I've been eating a lot of Taco Bell. I went to the grocery store yesterday, and I said, I'm going to spend a shitload of money, and I'm not going to eat out all
good
week
luck.
long.
I wish I could do that.
We'll see how that works. Cooked 2 ribeyes, though, back-to-back days for lunch. Goodness gracious, they were good. Thank you, Nolan Ryan Beef.
All right. Mr. Delivery's going to try the suited ace. This time it's in clubs. 7, 9, 10. Top pair for Dave.
Gutter ball, backdoor clubbies for Mr. Delivery. David being a little deceptive here, checking top pair. Big kicker.
300.
I really thought we were getting to play for free today because
He's finally winning, and then you go kick him out?
After he won a pot, he could afford it now. So.
I'm stuck like a fucking trillion this year.
Oh, you're up now, aren't you? You're a couple down, boy.
Well, I mean, what are we talking about? This week,
Having
this
more money
month,
than you
this
started
year?
with. That's called being up.
For the year, the month, or the week?
Oh, can I?
Come on, graphics, get a little caught up here.
Just one buy, right?
Then I'm stuck because I let somebody have something in there.
That don't count. He's good for it.
Yeah. No, forget that.
Chip.
Board pairing 9s. You were thinking you may have your opponent beat, and now he's got trips. Could be a little scary, but David's going to pull a little something out there.
Man, I started out great, and then I just went to bleed, and I finally caught a little bit back, and then...
Steven's got to think, am I going to be able to rep
For you, it was like nothing.
a 9 and get my opponent to fold here? They do have knit buttons in front of them.
That's funny with these chips. It just turns into like tournament down form. I don't even know how much the pots are. I just know like which way I'm shipping it.
Right.
Yeah. Once those blue ones and purple ones get in
It
there,
does
I'm
get a little
like,
bit,
yeah. I'm like, oh, how much was that pot? And it's like, it was 40K, man. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen some crazy ones where you don't realize that. And you're looking like, oh, fuck.
I shipped a 100K one at Las Colinas a few weeks ago, or a couple months ago.
On that Sunday?
Yeah. And I was just like, wait, is that like
100.
It's just chip.
he had, yeah, like I
500 the bet here from David.
how much? Jeez, like it was
Into 1,200. A little bit of value town.
No, it had to be a Sunday.
No, it was a 1,500.
Mr. Delivery agrees that there's a hand over there. Doesn't want to mess with it. King 10's going to take it down. David gets rid of his knit button this time,
And came into the first one short.
as I predicted. He's going to win another one. That first one was no big deal.
It's a rare thing.
No, I won't.
It's a rare thing.
It's the confidence.
50's on.
I need 14 before I don't tend to lose that. I win it a couple times just for show.
Yeah, I guess it was long enough ago that we had the yellow chips in place. It was like 2 months ago. Yeah, because it wasn't like the worst thing ever with like a bunch of stacks of purple.
Jack 10 suited. They're in diamonds. That's a pretty good hand here for Scott.
That's right. That's how we get unstuck. We get in there with that suited canuter.
That's absolutely correct, but I wasn't going to dabble.
So that's going to throw away King 10, so that'll help Scott out.
Rut-row.
We're going to get action in the big blind where David's looking at some queens.
Just need time on C4, please. Yes,
Been a hot minute since the Young Bucks woke up with a couple of ladies, but he's got them now. See if the Young Buck knows what to do with them.
Makes it 600. That's a start.
Go.
Gets a call. Scott's ready to see a flop.
Especially the first 3 hours of free.
Oh, my
Ooh,
goodness.
Hello, 8-9-9, 1 diamond here. Scott's going to be open-ended, but does not want to see a queen.
Nope.
It's 10 for 140 now, just for easy.
David's got the queen of diamonds, too, so.
Dave comes out with a small continuation bet here, 300 bucks. Big ol' ace of spades here on the turn. See what Dave thinks of that card. I was going to say this could open up the door here for Scott.
Yeah,
with him, the original raiser.
It is, and he's not known to bluff.
Yeah,
and look
there
at
we
that.
go.
Gets it through.
Jack
Show him.
10.
Jack
Diamonds.
10. David over there is thinking, God dang it, I wish you would have hit your queen one time, Scott.
David also a gangster, just doesn't bring it up.
Nice play there by Scott, though. We could see that there was only 2 of those 7s left. So he was drawing super, super thin, bets it and takes it down. And that may get him out of Stucksville. And if so, this might be the first time you and I have ever looked at it where we've got one player down and it's like 20 bucks.
Right.
All right, Spooky. Surprise, surprise. The leader of our VPIP board tonight.
What? Get him, Spook.
Scott, Seth, and Mr. Delivery all hovering around that Mendoza line. You don't want your batting average to be below 200. They're all above 20%. And that can't be right because Scott's not folding ace-king suited in the low jack.
That cannot be right. Yeah.
Hand number 127. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk to Wild Man Scott about that.
He was busy stacking that monster $900 profit he just had.
Yeah, we've had a couple of misreads in the 1 and 2 seat today.
Yeah, and the 2 seat had a misread there, so
unless
there's a good chance that one of those cards was in the 2 seat.
Now we've all had this happen before, where we get in desperate mode and we've got to pee. He just got rid of his knit button, and he just got
didn't even look.
He just got up off
yeah,
the
there's
table.
a chance he didn't look.
He didn't look at his hand and may have just said, "Get me out of here. I
Yeah.
gotta go to the bathroom."
It's like, blinds aren't going up. I gotta pee.
I bet that's what happened.
That could be reality.
And this hand, graphics are getting caught up, though. It looks like Bobby came in for a 3-bet.
To put his in, has he been doing 50 or not?
Oh, yeah.
He hasn't, okay.
We don't auto-post the 50. We auto-post everything.
We're going 7 for 8 on the 50, and that's
All right.
Bobby's going to win that one.
Bobby's big slick took it down.
325. There we go. So Scott almost out of Stucksville. Our left-handed dealer is doing cartwheels with the 7s today. That one went clear off the table.
That's a hat trick, Danny.
Start calling you Diego Maradona. Hitting those hat tricks.
75 is the bet right now, yeah.
Danny's a pal of mine, so I can pick on him.
Absolutely. All right, fun hands
yeah,
here.
look at these holdings. Let's
Look at
go.
this, all of them.
What?
Now, there is a way we could get a super action flop.
Yeah. Of course, they're holding a lot of each other's outs, but if some of that clangs around, this could be madness.
Can we get like a queen jack 10 one time? Or a queen 9-6? How about a queen 9-6?
Okay.
One time, Danny. Well, a couple of the good hands are going to be out of there.
Mr. Delivery has 3-bet here to 525 from
like 35, D?
the blinds. Let's see, what is he? Small blind here? Yeah, small blind position. Going to jack it up, 525. And we ended up with the, where'd the 9s go?
Into the muck.
All right, do 742 diamonds.
Pretty good flop for the 6s.
Not bad. You are facing a 3-bet from the small blind, so
It is stressful. I mean, and then, you know, it wasn't supposed to
from a player that's not afraid to continue with 1 heart out there, 2 overs. Definitely expect him to bet 600-ish probably.
I'm not warm and fuzzy right now.
775.
775, sorry, dude.
My grandkids are summer camp in Granbury. I know.
Dude, after that nightmare,
I know. I should have never dropped them off, but I got a funeral to go to tomorrow, and I need everything to work out.
All right, Z-Fish. Pardon me, Z-Fish has the backdoor hearts. Had that particular hand in the wrong spot. Now Mr. Delivery going to pick up a gut shot with his overs. Does not want to hit a jack.
Looks like the weather is going to be great. Even though the Brazos is still kind of full, it's not reaching.
Z-Fish could play back at him, but I think Mr. Delivery needs to continue the story here. Try to get rid of that knit button.
Oh, dude, I don't know what I'd do either.
Yeah, 3,300 in the pot here, so it's going to balloon up here if Mr. Delivery continues. Or he may just bring the heat and take it down.
Oh, the 6 inches got you. I mean, I'm trying to talk about something serious.
Yeah, I mean,
It's sexual perverts. You got to know that.
Yeah, be respectful, man. I left his ass and she said out. Check.
Eric's in there having a great time now, laughing his ass off.
No, we missed your 6-inch conversation there, Bobby. Damn it.
All in. Good luck.
All in?
Oh, in! Rip City.
Goodness.
Checking it to Z-Fish here, and he wants that 3K pot. He needs that 3K pot. Take it down.
He did the 6 high with a boss earlier, or like a boss. He did the 7 high like a boss, and that was the king high like a boss. Bluffing with the best hand. I will say one of the best hands of the night was actually won by Benham, and he had to bluff to win it. But he and Z-Fish were going at it with each other. Z-Fish bluffed on a king, queen, queen, king turn with 7 high. Benham jammed over the top with 10 high.
Nice.
And took it down. It was pretty awesome. So shout out Benham, even though it was a rough night for you. That was one of our favorite hands of the night from earlier. The bluff versus bluff.
That would have been 10 high like a boss.
10 high like a mother freaking boss.
Bro, you never see me let rear end.
165 viewers right now. Now, we were down on likes a little bit earlier when I took a glance at it, so make sure you're smashing that like button. We need it.
Appreciate you. Help us out. Share the video. Share the YouTube link with your friends, your poker buddies. Smash that like button for us.
Fun little hand cooking up. Dave's got jacks in the cutoff. 125 to go. Bobby and Seth make a call off to the flop.
Maybe I took it when you.
Speedy Seth.
I think I moved it when you moved
Speedy Seth's buddies haven't been in the chat tonight. We're disappointed. The legend of Speedy Seth, we've had to be the ones doing the talking about him tonight.
King 8, jacks with a whole bunch of the equity here.
100. Yep. 100 fold.
100's the bet from David. Takes it down.
Couldn't win with the queens, but it's going to take that one down with the jiggities. Got about 40 minutes left. Thank y'all again for joining us. Aaron McAvoy was rocking with us for the first few hours, and now it's the Dupe Show, the EVL and Dupe Show to close out the night.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
I'll be the hero call.
I wasn't going to jam this.
Thanks for putting up with me.
Oh, come on now.
It's a hot mess.
It's you and me? And you got Bud? Yeah, man. I can't let you
200 here from Seth. He's trying to get rid of that nip button. He's got the old 9 triz.
like a boss.
I hear a rumble out there in the poker room.
Raising it up with the 9 triz and spiking a 9. Okay.
We go check, check.
Yeah, got to start putting something. He says pay the man. Wants to hit a 10 ball one time.
10 or jack will do it.
C2.
And that's not the card.
And I wonder what the river is.
It is a card. It was a jack on the turn.
3 of clubs. Oh.
No wonder Z-Fish called. He spiked the jack on the turn, but now the 9 triz
has 2 pairs.
Has a two-piece, no biscuit. He's about to get more than a biscuit, though. And gets rid of that knit button. And that's how you do it with Aaron McAvoy's signature hand, the 9 Triz.
Appreciate it. Are we head up on it? Yeah.
How are we doing on those likes, man?
Let's take a peek.
Can we get up to 50?
Usually. I'm usually slow.
Taking a peek here on the old YouTubes.
I got 27 showing.
27. We can do better than that. I didn't get to share it on my. I didn't share it on my Instagram today. That's a problem. I was slacking. Y'all, it's totally my fault. I take the blame. But make sure if you can, if you're around, hit that like button for us.
Yeah, we got 30 minutes left. I will shout out any of you or your family members right now if you'll let me know that you smashed that like button.
The Dupe Show on Instagram. That's where I usually share my stuff. Today I was slacking.
450.
And of course, reminder, we do stream pretty much every day during the week. Texas Card House streams in Dallas, Houston, Austin, and of course, our brothers and sisters down there in the Rio Grande Valley. Shout out to them.
Okay. Oh, that one? Hell yeah.
I was playing today, piddling around, stacking some chips myself, and forgot to do my Instagram duties.
Heck yeah.
They got me today for about 4 Taco Bells.
Dadgum sons of you-know-whats.
Yep. And then I had to roll out.
All right, Mr. Delivery, trying to get rid of that knit button still. He's going to work with a 10 deuce, wishing he had the 9 Triz as it shows up on a flop again. He and Spooky both with their knit buttons, and not much you can do with the 10 deuce.
How far are they from your house?
I'm sorry?
Checking it over to Spooky. Spooky puts out a bet.
I've been trying to. I don't know if the mic's like. Okay.
What's the weather like?
Yeah. Is that better? Like this?
Out there right now, there's just cells coming through,
Okay.
and a lot of them have the red in them, you know. And there's a bunch more coming from Oklahoma that just keep coming straight down the line.
Oh, they're talking about these damn storm cells. They're coming our way, RJ.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Mr. Delivery taking his time. Definitely always like that about his game. He thinks about every action.
Man.
And you're always like, oh, it's too late. He can't put on a bluff here. Or he'll surprise you.
He's a pretty smart dude. He figures out some ways to win a pot, I promise you.
But I believe this is the 3rd time that he has lost the knit game today. And it's just not been because he hadn't been trying. It just hasn't worked out for him tonight. The good news is he's still up.
Yeah, he knows how to splash around and normally not take the big L's. Paying knit button games tonight. Still
Yeah,
in the green, no problem.
He's only up a few $100 now. He was up almost 4K at one time. But we do still have 30 minutes. He's going to have an opportunity here to get that 800 back that he just put out there. He's got an ace-5.
I think it was just 100 a person. I don't know.
Let's do it. Let's splash a pot. What do we got in there?
A lot of similar holdings. Bobby's just going to get out of the way. Bobby started getting them chirping chips early, and he's had a ball all night long ever since. Scott going to get in there and raise it up with a suited queen 9.
Yeah, I like it when Bobby's in a good mood.
Look at this. We got diamonds everywhere. Spooky's got a straight flush blocker that Scott needs because otherwise diamonds are no good for him. Z-Fish has the ace high.
So we're going to have a button that bumps it up. That's Scott. 400 to go with that queen 9. Z-Fish with that suited ace deuce. He just calls. Mr. Delivery now with an ace-5.
Not the suited wheel ace, but it is still a hand that you might see people do some stuff
And
with.
he does. He's going to rip it all in with ace-5.
And I freaking love it because that's his 800 already out
That's
there.
his 800, and he wants it back, folks.
Plus another, what, 1,200? Yeah, because Scott, Z-Fish, and there was another player that had already put 400 out there. So
yeah, right at 1,000, I think, in dead money here that he's going after. He is all in for quite a stack here. 6,200 is the all-in, and Z-Fish going to make the call. Let's play a big one.
And wow, talk about a good situation. I mean, a lot of times they're going to chop here.
A lot of chops, a lot of chop opportunities here, but
Scott folded.
If someone binks a deuce or a 5 here, we could see some quarter type action as well. And this pot's 13,000 in it. 3, 4, look at
nobody
this.
wants to hit a pair. Nobody wants to hit the dangler.
3, okay. Anything above a 5 will chop. Chop on that board. 3, 3, king, 10, ace.
Okay, sorry.
Ace 5.
2-piece. 3/4 looking like it's going to Mr. Delivery.
Oh, no.
No.
Now anything above a 5 chops again.
Oh.
Jack. Chop it up.
That is sick.
Chop, chop, and a chop, chop.
A pair of 3s, ace, king, 10.
Nasty chaos, but when it all settles,
Z-Fish sees the good news.
let's just chop it. A fist bump there from the ace deuce.
We don't love a chop, but that one was actually fun because it was sweaty the whole way. I can't help it. The guy gets it in when he's stuck like Chuck with the best hand. I'm not rooting against Z-Fish, but I'm kind of rooting for the guy with the best hand there. At least he doesn't get put down to the felt or something with some just nastiness. So I'll
fun
fist
hand
bump
there.
the boys too. That was a fun one.
Yep, you don't see pots over $13,000 very often with ace 5 off versus ace deuce.
Yep.
Pre-flop.
And like we mentioned, they're bound to chop the majority of the time with those holdings. Just having overcards come out if nobody hits pairs. But Steven hits 2 pair on the
That
bottom
1
board
5 come in there to make it hot.
and gets counterfeited with the queen. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, and I guess the top board, they both had a gut shot, right?
Yeah. Nobody wanted to hit their dangler.
Scott's one of those, if it's four-handed too, he'll start talking about what he thinks he got.
Usually right.
Fun stuff there, boys.
It's kind of as good as you're going to get.
Fist bumps from the booth as well.
Yeah, to me, I was like, I was like, that's a monster for sure, too.
Yeah, especially in that,
It was like, we literally just went on memory.
Doesn't mean I'm right.
No, I know.
Look at that. We're on hand 133,
One,
RJ.
man, they are scooting tonight.
They are scooting. Not a lot of tanking tonight.
Because if you just go 50,
He's gonna
it's
rip
fine.
no matter what.
Yeah, if you just call it 50.
Yeah, that's a lot of hands. They're getting after it.
I love the play, though, previously. Mr. Delivery knows that those players are just coming in light.
You guys light again?
I'm like, fuck right now.
Oh my god.
And what do you not want to see when you're holding a small pair?
Broadway comes right on out.
Throwing Cody spilled his wine.
Nobody has a heart either. Goodness. Anybody want this pot?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, how about the set of 5s, but it's all hearts.
Seti Maggette for Mr. Delivery up against a 4-lining board.
Scott, can you find a bet here? 840 out there. Yeah, too late. Shows the 8s.
So, yeah, Mr. Delivery fired a bet
He
there
did
on the
fire a
river. I
bet,
thought
okay.
he might.
Now, if you would have ripped it to a pre-flop, I'd call you and really want to.
And be glad he didn't, because he would have sucked out on you on an all-heart board. Spicy little hand there, though.
So, yeah, I think there was about 500 dead money in that pot after Z-Fish made the call, plus the 800 that Mr. Delivery threw in there. So you're looking at, he almost got his 800 back. Got a good chunk of it back. I don't think he made it all the way, but referring to the nip button pot.
Spooky going to be sad. He's missing the 8 deuce of hearts away from the table.
That's a pretty good one to go pee on.
A couple of ladies and a niner.
Scott's continuing to be our opener here. These last couple of orbits, trying to get after these guys. Mr. Delivery hits a kicker here. He's got the majority of the equity with just that 3.
David did put out a little tease piece. Bitty Bones. Is that another 3 after Mr. Delivery folded? It sure as shit is. Goodness gracious.
Ace high going to be good here for David. Yep. Mr. Delivery folded that 3. Eva Gayton in the chat says, hit that like. I agree. Shout out to Iris for telling me about the live stream. Well, shout out to Iris. Shout out to you for swinging by. Thank you.
Shout out to Iris. One of our faves. I appreciate you joining us, Eva. Yeah, those silly little smash and like buttons helps the TCH brand as we're trying to grow. I know we've got some new folks on our staff that are going to come up with some cool concepts and ideas for streams in the future for all of our locations. So looking forward to some of the stuff that they come up with. But we have so much, footage over the last 4 years of TCH streaming here in Dallas that, we'll go back and watch some of that fun stuff, and we've made some highlight reels out of some stuff, but we really do have a great team of folks that are involved in making this all happen. And, shout out, of course, to our production team and the folks that make this happen. And you guys in the chat, allow RJ and I and Aaron to come back and do this Tuesday nights and, of course, tournaments on Saturdays. And we have a blast doing it, so we wouldn't have fun if y'all weren't engaging with us in the chat. So thank you guys again for being a part of this and making it really fun for RJ and I, because it really doesn't feel like work for us when we get to come in and do this.
I second that motion.
True story.
Mr. Delivery impressed some guy with that $6,000 all in.
He did, and we know he's got it in his repertoire. He'll pull it out of the bag when he has to, and tonight's one of those nights where he's been clawing and scratching for all of his pots tonight. A couple other players have really just been getting hit in the face with the deck, and he's been clawing at it. No heart in hand. And there you go. Another nice bluff for Mr. Delivery. Clawing and a scratching.
He'll do it. He will do it. Yeah, he's a fun player to deal to. And try to see what he's doing to the crew, because he can mix it up.
You've been dealing a lot to the big game over there at Las Colinas here lately?
Oh, off and on, yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say a lot, but I've hit it a few times, and I think I've probably hit the PLO game more than the Hold'em crew over there.
Well, I did see our buddy Chris Cashman decided to give it a go at the main event.
Yep, I saw he was bagging for day 3, if I remember correctly.
That's the last update that I saw 19 hours ago.
So yeah,
9 high like a boss.
There it is
this year, but yeah, our buddy Chris Cashman, who's played on our stream, he's actually come in the booth and chatted up with me a time or two before. It's been a while since he's been on stream, but
friend of the show for sure.
Yeah, getting to travel all across the world and play poker, and now he's given a shot at the main event.
Yeah, Cashman's got a day 3 bag. Miss Mal's got a day 3 bag.
Had. Yeah.
Look creepy. It's not the same 7.
So is today day 3 then? I guess. So they're already knocking out day 3s.
Unfortunately, yeah, some of our favorites are already out for the day 3.
I thought they had one more day 2 to get rid of, so I'm behind.
That's true.
I am slacking.
No, I think literally every.
I did mention though our buddy Chase Bricker about
And the 7 of clubs.
an hour ago still had over 500,000 in chips with 500 more players to go to get down to the money.
I went and played for a couple hours, and I've lost my mind. I'm out of it. I'm out of it.
Well, there's a lot of updates going on with all the folks that we know that are playing out there. So,
and let's see. Poker Face Ash had a day 3 bag.
heck yeah. Shout out to Miss Ashley Frank.
I remember seeing that one.
She's a baller.
Yeah, she's just coming off of a pretty good one where she was top 40, I think, out of a bazillion entries. Speedy Seth landing that lady. Got the best of it.
Easy steal, easy steal.
Jamie Thomas saying, let's go, Scotty.
I agree. Let's go, Scotty.
Did you have a 7?
Scotty got about 20 minutes to get it going. This little Pokemon caricature there that I had to get learnt up a little bit about in the chat earlier. I said, is that one of them Pikachu thingies? Scott's son and
you got closer than I would have probably. I can't see it, but
I don't know.
There's a good chance that I have no idea what the heck it is.
I knew it was somehow related to that whole
genre.
business. Is that,
Is that a genre? I think it is.
Then they really wouldn't have no dealers.
Re-raise 500.
The guy's name is Gengar. Little purple sucker.
Oh, okay.
And they said he's a beast.
Gengar the Beast.
Yeah.
He's a friend of mine.
Friend of the devil is a friend of mine. Name that tune.
Is it the Beatles?
Close. Grateful Dead.
Almost had it. 3-bet here from Scott with Ace Queen. Mr. Delivery, I believe, made the call. Are we to the flop? I'm having issues here.
We all are, because we didn't see a flop there, but yeah, it did go to a flop.
There it is.
8 high.
Well done from Scott. Takes down 580 in profit.
Right on time for Jamie Thomas. Almost like they willed it to happen.
Well done, Jamie.
Look at that. See, Brother X helping me out. It is Pokemon.
It's a Pokemon, okay.
They gave me every kind of shit they could and tried to come up.
Raise 150.
This is like the beginning of all that.
Re-raise 8.
All right, just in time, too. Scotty going to wake up with a couple of red jiggities. Coming in with a big 3-bet, as he's accustomed to do. And looky there. Going to take down another one.
800 takes it down. 235 in profit on that one.
And is that going to get him out of Stucksville?
On the climb. Couple of pots in a row there.
Almost.
Ay. So close. Yep, we are looking at a situation where we literally could end the night.
With everybody
with
in
all
profit.
remaining players in the profit, yeah.
And I know that
and that's what happens when we
our sponsor
have a rough night from a sponsor, yeah. I remember one day I went to work and they were asking about a good PLO game the night before at another place. I said, RJ, were you in that game last night?
Were you the sponsor?
I didn't want to talk about it. I was just sitting there chilling. He goes, I heard it was a good one. I was like, yeah, it was. And it was my fault.
Yeah.
It was a good one.
You were like the Red Cross, the donation
I
station.
got absolutely obliterated.
Every time I talk to anyone, like, if something's wrong, there's a pill to solve.
Clubbies.
10-7-4. John's got a couple clubbies.
Anybody headed back towards Grapevine tonight? Anybody else? Huh?
What's in Grapevine?
Well, we're stopping off at Twin Peaks somewhere.
Oh.
Not a Grapevine, but the one on 635.
Is that like a strip bar?
It's like a Hooter. It's like Hooters.
If you like trailer park,
It's like Hooters.
if you like trailer park,
Check.
I like a little trailer park sometimes.
200.
But they have the coldest beer around,
There.
and their food's good.
You do have the coldest beer on, it's a fact.
Whoa, there is no
Bobby's inviting all the boys to Twin Peaks.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Thought he might have been talking about another place out in Grapevine.
What do they got over there at Twin Peaks? They got some scenery? I always hear them talk
Yeah.
about on the radio. They say they got the best scenery.
Very scenic.
We don't really have mountains in Texas, so what are they talking about, RJ?
Yep.
No say nada?
No say nada.
No say nada.
It's just scenic.
Scenic views,
Cold beer.
cold beer.
Yeah, I forget what they say. They say something else there. Scenic views and something.
There is a place that just opened up in Fort Worth, and I think there may be 2 locations, and it literally is called Cold Beer and something.
Nice.
Yeah, and they've been talking about it on sports radio, and it may be some place that we all have to try. Like burgers and cold beer or something. I'm going to find it.
Those scenic places are becoming a thing down here in Texas now.
Yeah, this and then another one, and then a flip.
The ladies like to run around and
Thanks, Taylor.
show their scenes while they're selling you beer. And
All right, the place is called Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, and it's in Euless, Texas.
that's a good name if you want a cold beer and a cheeseburger.
Yeah. I wonder what they serve.
All right.
Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, new sports bar in Euless, Texas.
I don't think you're going to get any Cincinnati chili up in there.
No, probably not.
If you go to Twin Peaks by yourself, you can't do it.
All right, last official here.
And what's that other place that you like to go to? Cowboy something. We need to check that out.
Rowdy Cowboy. Yeah,
Rowdy
that's
Cowboy.
in Grapevine, so that's what I thought they were talking about.
You might catch RJ
Yes.
Duprizzle and EVL, Sleazy E, hanging out over at, what is it called again?
Shout out to the Rowdy Cowboy.
Because they got some rowdy cowgirls over
Yeah.
there. That's right. And RJ and I are all about, supporting nursing students.
That's right.
We'll help pay your way through college, ladies.
I mean, you're not there to hit on them.
I appreciate those ladies keeping me fed once in a while. So
Raise 150.
have a good time over there.
Just don't fall in love, right?
Yeah,
Bro, I mean,
they all try to fall in love with me, but, I got to warn them. Shouldn't do it. They're all a little too young and hot for me, and we just shouldn't do it.
Well, that's a pretty good flop for the ace-queen. How about an ace-3 ace?
Slovakia.
see, I mean, why you keep
Town,
getting into
and we
it?
took them out there one night and it was a good time. I mean, we literally just had a couple drinks and went back to the chop shop or whatever over at the end of the parking lot at LC. Check. Check. Check it.
Oh, look at that river card. Goodness
Hello.
gracious.
6 is full now for Bobby, hanging around with those 6s.
Hanging around somehow with the 6s.
Baby boat connects.
How did we get there?
Yeah, wasn't much going on there. He's only going to pick up 585 in profit.
300.
So they were on their best behavior there to let Bobby get there. And I think they were nearing the end of the stream, best behavior.
That's right, Brother X.
Taylor get into the last flip?
That's right, pick up some good sandwiches. Brisket sliders. They're pretty good.
All right, looks like we are going to do a $300 flip to finish the night. That was our last hold'em hand. There you go. At the end of the night, we have one player down $340, one player down 115, and all that profit. And you're like, where could that have come from? Well, we did have a player kind of sponsor the table tonight, unfortunately.
That's the recipe for a rough night for somebody.
But Bobby going to finish the night as the big dog in profit at 9.5K, pending this last little thing here. So we're going to root for Scott and David, our two stuck players.
That's right.
See if one of these two guys can't get unstuck on this PLO
They
flip.
could actually pass 3 players on this.
They could, because we got a little chunk out there, don't
4
we?
players. They could go to the 3rd best stack on the table. I think
it's only a 300. Yeah, they could go up
it's
past Seth.
So it's a 300
times 8, 24. Yeah.
I mean, you're bankrolling the table. You got a couple stacks.
All right, I'm going Team Scott here. You go Team David.
Boy, he's got some rags.
He does have some raggedy ends.
We'll see what Dave's got.
We need all
he
red.
He does have Jack 9 in his hand, but
we need red.
Oh, there's some diamonds. And we did not pair the board.
Scott wins, baby. I called it.
Diamonds are going to be live here, and that's Jack 9 of diamonds for Scott.
Winner. Scott gets unstuck, gets a diamond flush. Talk to me, Goose. Look at that. Scott jumps all the way up to 3rd.
3rd stack. That's what I said.
Attaboy. Well, that was a fun finale there to end the night. We had a great stream tonight. Still 150 of y'all with us, so thank you for tuning in tonight. RJ Dupree came in for the last hour. We had Aaron McAvoy with us to start the night. We will be back this weekend.
We'll be here
for a regular Big One tournament.
The big one Saturday. Final table will be Saturday evening. We will be here rocking that right here on TCH Live just for you guys.
Absolutely. Reminder this Thursday, if you're interested in playing a little something different, Thursdays, Rebecca Thompson hosts the Dramaha game. It is a 1-2-5 pot limit Dramaha high and Dramaha deuce through 7.
It's a lot of Maha.
That's a lot of Mahas, and that's a hot mama right there. That's our girl, Miss Rebecca Thompson. Come on out if you want to play
Rebecca Thompson
in something different. And reminder, a week from today, folks, get out there and play in the Summer Series. 16 trophy events, over 600,000 in guaranteed prize pools. Obviously, they're going to crush that. And then they are doing some point systems to give a Player of the Series award. That top player is going to get $10K, and then that other $15K they'll split up between the other point earners. So really cool opportunity if you want to make that drive and play in some of those events down there in Austin. But you Austin folks, I know y'all will be there stacking chippies, and
that's right.
I might try to come down there myself and see you guys. So
it's sizzling down there. Summer Series.
Great opportunity. Keep an eye on our calendars, though, because August we have the Poker Atlas Tour coming to Dallas and Las Colinas. And then the month after that, at the end of September, we have, what is it, RJ? The Trailblazer.
Trailblazer, yeah.
Round 2.
Poker Atlas, Trailblazer, it's all coming through.
Season 2. So once again, thank y'all again for tuning in, and we will see you guys Saturday night for our Big One tournament.
Good night, TCH.
Peace.